There you go. I call to order the July meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. Good morning to one and all. Typically, the July meeting is somewhat light, but we have a very full agenda today, including several consequential items that require board action. So we'll get right to our business. Our first item is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion is approved. Next, we will hear the report of the president. President Gable.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Spigum, and members of the board. I'll start with some sad news. On June 17th, the university lost one of our own, First Lady Tracy Moose, who served during a uniquely challenging time at the U and in American history from 1967 to 1974. She also was a mom to 5 children that she raised at East Cliff, and those who knew her for her warmth and intellect and the joy she brought to a lot of school field trips, for being the, and I'll do the finger quotes, shoe house lady of St. Paul, because her Frogtown house was affixed with shoes, which became a tourist destination. She was a real light and a really important part of the history of the university, and she will be missed. Members of the board, the 2022 state legislative session adjourned in May without the legislature passing a supplemental higher education bill or capital investment bill. So as we all know, only the governor can call a special session, and it does not appear that that's going to happen at this time. So we look forward to continuing to advocate with our legislative partners, and we'll keep you posted on developments as they unfold. In November, we announced the launch of 3 competitive national searches for key positions at the university: Vice President for Research, Vice President for Equity and Diversity, and University of Minnesota Duluth Chancellor. At the June meeting, as you will recall, of course, you approved our new Vice President for Research, Dr. Shashank Priya, effective September 30th, although I'm pleased to report he's already jumped in and has been incredibly helpful and productive. Later in this meeting, we will discuss the searches for our next Vice President for Equity and Diversity and for the UMD Interim Chancellor, and so I'll pass on any details for that in my report now. We also continue to remain diligent in our public safety efforts, which are centered in the prioritization of our students, our staff, the faculty safety, with a focus on campus, but of course also in the neighborhoods surrounding campus. Later in the meeting, you're going to hear a really detailed update on public safety and our newly announced Go First safety strategy, which was informed with direct input from our listening session with Mayor Fry and MPD. Senior Vice President Franz will give you some details on that. But just to keep all of the information in one place and to make sure that everything's clear, since the last time we gave a formal report, we've addressed specific concerns regarding the non-university property at 1721 University Avenue and the steps that the university took to enhance safety in that area. We completed and filed the administration's formal response to the MSAFE work, and I have to thank that entire committee again for their tremendous efforts on behalf of our whole community. And then, as previously mentioned, I joined via Zoom Minneapolis leaders Mayor Fry and Interim Chief of Police Huffman. Also present was Senior Vice President Franz, UMPD Chief Clark, on Monday for a safety forum where we provided updates on what we were doing to address safety around campus in our adjacent neighborhoods, hear community questions and concerns. I do want to mention that I know there was concern about the fact that I was there on video. It was very important to us to have that meeting before this board meeting so that we could have that input in order to inform the detailed strategy that you're going to hear from Senior Vice President Franz in a few moments. When we announced the meeting and when we looked to schedule the meeting, the only night available was the night that I was out of town. And rather than have the meeting delayed, given the number of people that it took to schedule that meeting, we held the meeting over Zoom. It was announced that way. I explained at the beginning of the meeting it was not ideal, but I'm really grateful that people showed up anyway, that people expressed their input, that we were able to hear. It was recorded. I believe you all have a link to the recording. And I think those of you who were there and those of you who are concerned about safety in the adjacent neighborhoods will hear that feedback reflected in the strategy that Senior Vice President Franz is going to describe in a few minutes. So to this end, I do want to thank Mayor Fry, Interim Chief Huffman, our own Chief Clark, all of the UMPD officers that came, my team that was there with a smile on their face during what was very much a difficult meeting, all members of our Department of Public Safety, all of our partners, the parents and alums and friends who showed up for asking their questions and giving us feedback, and there's really good steps coming out of it. So members of the board, since our last meeting, I've had the opportunity to engage our community in some important and meaningful ways. We were able to celebrate the recipients of the President's Award for Outstanding Service. 3 years in, I was finally able to host my first ever annual East Cliff Garden Party. I was able to see the university's booth at Twin Cities Pride, and we were able to participate in different celebrations of the 50th anniversary for Title IX. We met with EMPC, FCC leadership, the cabinet. We had our MIAC meeting. I gave my regularly scheduled interview at the table with Gable with the Minnesota Daily. I joined state and national leaders in the different board service that I do. I flew in this morning from the board meeting for the Council on Competitiveness. I was with the APLU, specifically the APLU's Economic Development and Community Engagement Committee that I'm the commissioner for. We had our Big Ten meeting, ACE board meetings, and the Executive Council for the Young Women's Initiative. And just earlier this week, as I mentioned, I was honored to be on a panel for Harvard seminar for new presidents. So I'm grateful for the many opportunities I've had to engage across our university community and beyond in recent weeks. But as has become tradition, even in short board meetings, we like to close the report with good news, shout outs that make us all UMN proud. So a shout out to our entire development team as we set another record-breaking philanthropic year. I'm proud to say that each of the last 3 years have broken a record and have been the highest for fundraising in the university's history. A shout out to Chris Hogquist, researcher and professor of immunology, for her election to the National Academy of Sciences, the third member of our medical school to be so selected. A shout out to Bert Kritzer, the Marvin J. Sanoski Chair of Law and Public Policy Emeritus, who received the very prestigious Harry J. Calvin Jr. Prize for 2022 from the Law and Society Association. These recognitions part of another record-setting year in our research enterprise. A shout out to university celebrations in North Minneapolis and in Duluth, which commemorated the past and our call to action on Juneteenth. A shout out later this month, an anticipatory shout out on July 26th, the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act will occur, which as President George H.W. Bush noted on the occasion of the bill signing in 1990, for the first time, Americans with disabilities will enjoy full civil rights protection with respect to employment, transportation, place of public accommodation, public services, and communication. And at the U, we're really proud to be a community that values diverse perspectives and experiences and specifically honors disability as an important aspect of human diversity. And finally, as has also become a practice, we have a video shout out for you. Chair, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much, President Gable. Turning to my report, I'd like to begin by reporting on the work of the Presidential Performance Review Committee, which included Regents Swigum, Johnson, and me. The committee began its work in May and wrapped up by meeting with President Gable on July 7th to deliver her performance review. A summary report of that review is now available to the public, and I'd like to highlight a few key points. First of all, the committee process is highly consultative, including nearly 30 interviews, 29 to be exact, with individual regents, university senior leaders, members of the faculty and student body, alumni, and community leaders. And I want to thank everyone who we interviewed. Your candid input is absolutely invaluable to this process. Feedback on President Gable's performance was overwhelmingly positive, and we heard strong support from individuals that we interviewed. Specifically, as a committed, here are some of the things that we noted. First of all, President Gable hit the ground running on MPACT 2025, the system-wide strategic plan. We're very pleased to see this plan unfolding along with the accompanying metrics that add to the university's accountability. A few highlights from the past year include strong enrollment at University of Minnesota Twin Cities and UMR, record graduation rates on the Twin Cities campus, and just a detail there, the 4-year graduation rate last year was 74%, which is a 50-year high. Over $1 billion in sponsored research awards. We continue as a top 10 national research university. A flawless closeout of the Driven campaign that exceeded its $4 billion goal by 10%. And as you heard from the president, we are headed again for this year, in the first year after the campaign concluded, at another record fundraise. Completion of the Twin Cities Campus Master Plan, a successful launch of Masonic Center for the Developing Brain, a sustained focus on student mental health, a recent $500 million interest-only bond sale, and interviewees also noted a collaborative spirit that President Gable comes to re-envisioning the future. For example, in healthcare education through University of Minnesota Rochester's Next Gen Med program, and the doors that model opens for similar programs like Next Gen Ag. These innovative programs support the critical workforce development needs for companies and industries in Minnesota. Additionally, in research and development in the past year, the university launched a record number of startups, 20. 40 of those companies are based in Minnesota and will have lasting economic impact in our state. And the university now is also a top 10 university in terms of commercializing university intellectual property into startups. And through the charge of the Peak Initiative team, President Gable is poised to lead university operations to continually more efficiency and cost-effective models. Throughout the performance review process, we consistently heard from students, faculty, and staff that President Gable is committed to the university's shared governance structure and the high level of consultation that comes with it. This was especially evident throughout the process of revising the board's namings policy. Many members of the community remarked that she is an adept listener, approachable, and skilled in relationship building. President Gable has also sustained and elevated critical efforts on diversity, equity, and inclusion, notably reinstating the American Indian Advisory Councils and establishing a senior level position to advise her and university leaders on tribal issues. The creation of the Native American Promise Scholarship was another significant accomplishment of this work over the past year. And as mentioned previously in regard to the COVID-19 pandemic and public safety, President Gable continues to keep the university community abreast of ongoing issues through regular, informative and professional communications. As we concluded in our report, we believe that the University of Minnesota is benefiting greatly from President Gable's leadership and her results-oriented mindset. She has a vision for elevating the university to even greater excellence. Based on President Gable's very strong performance, and her progress towards implementing MPACT 2025 goals and metrics, as evidenced by the metrics and goals reviewed and approved by the board, and consistent with the employment agreement reviewed and approved by the board. I consulted with the President Performance Review Committee regarding the performance pay authorized in her contract. It was our unanimous opinion that President Gable should receive the full $50,000 performance pay, and as such, I'm announcing that decision today.
Chair Powell, if I could be recognized.
Regent Mayeron.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank you and the other members of the Presidential Performance Review Committee for your diligence and your thoroughness in gathering input on President Gable's performance. And I want to personally thank you individually for the thoughtful approach that you have taken to awarding performance pay to President Gable. You've taken into account the views of your colleagues. You've tied it to our board adopted metrics in our MPACT 2025 system, strategic plan, and you've acted consistent with the employment agreement that this board approved. That said, over the last few days or week or so, some have raised questions about the delegated authority that we provided to you and that is reflected in the contract with President Gable. And while I personally believe that this delegation is entirely consistent with our authority and with the university charter, I would like to remove any doubt about the will of this board. So therefore, I am moving that the board ratify the chair's decision, your decision to award President Gable $50,000 in performance pay as outlined in her employment agreement.
Thank you, Chair Mayeron. So, Regent Mayeron, so it's been moved by Regent Mayeron that the board ratify my decision in consultation with the Performance Review Committee, that the board ratify my decision to award the president $50,000 in performance pay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion? Regent Rosha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Regent Mayeron. I appreciate and applaud the motion and the sentiment behind it to take us the full measure. I would move to amend the motion to add that we also ask the chair, and maybe direct is the better word, that we would direct the chair to work with President Gable to modify the contract and to place in the language that the board shall approve the bonus determination as well as the metrics, goals, and objectives of the president for the coming year.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could we get a copy of the amendment or the amendment to the amendment to the motion?
I don't know if we have one available.
And my brain doesn't work as quickly as it should. Could I have it reread to me slowly?
I think that's very reasonable. Regent Rosha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Spigum, the motion would be to amend the motion for approval of the current determination to direct the chair to negotiate an amendment to the contract, the one that was passed this past December, to codify that the bonus determination will be approved by the board, as will the metrics, goals, and objectives for the coming year. And Mr. Chair, if I may continue, just to clarify, currently that is exclusively between the chair and the president, and this would put the board back in as current board policy has provided as being the determining body, and consistent with the motion that's in front of us from Regent Mayeron.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to follow through with the amendment and the thought process behind it. What currently is in our policy with the chair being able to approve the performance. By the way, I think everybody should be under performance pay. Unfortunately, not everybody is. Regent Hips, if you were under performance pay, we'd probably cut your regent salary in half.
I'm sure you would.
But it's my personal feeling that performance pay ought to be part of life. Oh, I'm not sure I want to be recorded. It ought to be part of life for everybody and every position. I feel pretty strongly about that we should be rewarded for our performance, not necessarily just based on a contract or a base salary, whether you perform or not. I wish I could do it to the entire universe. I wish you could do it to everybody in society, including myself. Having said that, knowing that performance pay is a very, very important part of this contract. This contract was the rightful thing to do 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I think, when we did it. As we entered well past halfway into the president's contract, and recognizing a number of facts, including her tremendous performance for the University of Minnesota, including the fact that she was amongst the lowest paid presidents of the Big Ten. And our goal was just to get this wonderful serving president, this woman, to 50%, to the median, to the midpoint of presidents. I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, you made the decision when you did, because right now, I think it would cost us another $200,000 to get her to the midpoint. Because I think she's like third from the bottom right now, I guess.
14th out of 14.
14th out of, okay, so she's bottom now. 6 months, you shook the hand at the right time, Mr. Chairman. So when we're reviewing the contract, and it seems to me that the contract with the performance pay provision, which is so important, that the chairman makes his decisions based upon the presidential performance review, which includes every one of you, right? Regent Johnson, did we not call every regent?
Everyone.
And spent about half an hour with everyone? As well as about 30 other, I know we spent 6 meetings in 2 days going through a really thoughtful process. And it seems to me that you are empowered, Mr. Chairman, through that process of including your colleagues. It seems to me that that's the direct the result.
Absolutely.
So I guess I don't see the need for the amendment to Regent Mayron's motion. I don't see the need to it. I'm going to vote against it because I think we appropriately, in a public meeting, set the performance pay, so important, appropriately 7 months ago, and empowered our chair after consulting with every one of you, allowed you to make the action. So I don't think it's necessary.
Regent Swigum, are you speaking with respect to Regent Roche's amendment?
Yes.
Or Regent Mayron's ratification?
I think to the amendment.
All right, thank you.
You couldn't tell the difference? No,
Thank
I
you.
wasn't very clear.
Regent Hibbs.
Thank you, Chair Swigum, and I'll echo what Regent Swigum said. Even though he dissed me, I'm okay with that. No, just kidding. So I think we debated this 7 months ago or whenever it was, and it failed. If this exact amendment failed then, and now we're debating it again, and I think we have to quit revisiting all this stuff every few months when we don't have a board change or anything. So if the policy needs to change, I can't do it on the run like this anyway. I would vote for it no matter what the policy was because it's not the right process. So I'm voting against it as well, the amendment. And I'm going to echo the other sentiments to President Gable. She's done an outstanding job in just about every metric that you can look at. And outstanding president we have. So thank you.
Thanks, Regent Hibbs. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And really, I just have a process question. I don't know if this is for Regent Mayron or someone else, because I wasn't expecting to show up and have this conversation today per the comments by Regent Hibbs. But I guess I'm trying to understand the difference between the spirit of Regent Mayron's motion and then the interplay with Regent Roche's amendment. Is the intent to I understand, what the conversation we had in December was, and that happened in December, and we've moved forward since. But is the intent then to ratify this every month, every year, similar to Regent Mayron's motion. I guess I'm asking, are we going to see a motion like this every year? Or is this just kind of a one-time thing for this presidential performance review cycle in the particular context that we're sitting in today? I think getting some understanding of that will help me then think about the interplay here with Regent Rocha's amendment and just, I guess, try to figure out a little bit more of what's going on. So, thank you.
Regent Mayron?
My intention with this motion was to address the issues that have been raised regarding this performance review decision and compensation decision by the chair. And to make it very clear, I would hope by this board that we support this full payment of this performance review because of the outstanding performance of the president in this year. And that if there is any question that the chair is an outlier, I wanted to put to rest that there is no question. This board supports that decision 100%. She has met the requirements, her metrics, and I wanted to say we ratify the decision of this chair in this situation. What will happen next year and beyond, can't say, don't know. Don't know, I mean, just don't know. So I'm not willing to predict how I would behave or anybody would behave. We don't know what the recommendation will be next year. We don't know what the performance will be. It's an unknown to me, but I certainly am willing to stand behind this decision and say to the world, this decision is not only acceptable, it should be made and we ratify it. And so that's as far as I'm willing to speak. And that's why I made the motion, to be frank.
Thank you, Regent Mayron. Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand we're on the Rocha amendment and I'll speak to it, but it'll be very hard not to address the mayor on one as well, if you'll indulge me. Regent Rocha's articulated his concerns on this through several avenues. And I think, we've read some of the exchanges and I think those are understood. As, I don't know, my governance philosophy, if you will, is pretty well known. There's a couple points in there that at least resonate and, I think are worth discussing. However, I really wish we weren't having this exercise now and in this way, because even back on the Mayron amendment, I don't really feel comfortable with that one either, because I wasn't prepared to weigh in on this in this way. I mean, I think we were all aware of the process. As has been mentioned, we all met with the performance review committee. Then we had our closed meeting as a board, and the expectation was that the chair would make that determination. And again, while I have interest in Regent Rocha's conversation, I was comfortable with that and prepared for that. My concerns with the Mayron amendment is that, any vote on that, it will just be taken. So for example, if I'm not comfortable on that vote because I don't think the board should be ratifying that, or I'm not ratifying the process, let's be honest, that'll be understood as something else, right? I haven't done the work and homework that the committee has, and I don't have a number, that I'm comfortable with, but I was comfortable with the process. So I wish I didn't even have to vote on that one either. I don't know that this exercise is necessary, and I don't know, I'd ask my colleagues to consider that. Thank you.
Regent Talia Rabe.
Chair Powell, thanks. And I would just echo the sentiments of Regent Kenyanya that I don't think both amendments are necessary, because we've already voted on the process and agreed to it. And I feel like it would ultimately change what we agreed to. So I too feel like I'm not in support of both amendments, because we've already approved the process, and I was prepared to, I'm supportive of that process. So I don't feel ready to vote on both of them, because they don't feel like we've had substantial conversations about now ratifying, changing that process in itself. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Regent Talurabi. Thank you. Regent Rosha.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the thoughtful conversation. The last two speakers make very strong points. I didn't know this was, it was going to be coming up this morning. And, you know, and to that extent, if we are in a position to say that we should approve, I'm just saying, well, then we should always. And that's consistent with our policy prior to December. In fact, we now have a contract that is in conflict with our written policy that talks about the board making compensation decisions for the president. Also, just into the record, I want to read a presentation of the position of Alan Christ. He's the director of the Association of Governing Boards Compensation Evaluation Service. This is a national enterprise that looks at governance at institutions like ours. And Mr. Christ says an arrangement in which the full board isn't given jurisdiction over salary decisions goes against best practice. A board may have a compensation committee, Chris said, which can make recommendations to the larger body, but the full board should be apprised of how the committee came to its recommendation and should have an opportunity to approve it. That's just basic stuff. And I would, my colleague, Regent Svigum, you and I just, you see the benefit of voluntary consultation versus the actual agency to cast a vote in approval as very different things. I would gladly have you turn over signatory authority on all of your personal assets in exchange for me promising to consult you as to how they would be used, but nonetheless, I would have the full control, and I think anybody would see that that would not be a very attractive arrangement. So I don't know if it would be appropriate, Mr. Chair, but based on the concerns of a couple of my colleagues and based on the fact that I would like to, I'm comfortable having the legislative auditor or the legislative audit review committee take a look at the contract, the objections that I have raised on multiple occasions as to the constitutionality of divesting the board with a vote on something as critical as the compensation of our chief executive. And so to that point, would a motion to delay or a motion to put over this matter or suspend it? I mean, if the maker of the motion was willing, I would withdraw my motion to amend if she's interested in withdrawing her motion in the first instance. But otherwise, I would move to postpone this decision until we have a chance to talk about it more fully and understand whether all of us are in a position to cast a vote on the proposed bonus.
Regent Rosha, are you withdrawing your motion?
It's a conditional withdrawal. It depends on whether the original movement is withdrawing hers as well. If it stays, then I would keep it in place and call for a roll call vote, assuming that I wouldn't be in a position to move to table the full matter if that's the proper motion under these circumstances. And Mr. Langworthy's not here oh, is he? Whether that would be the proper maneuver at this moment, Mr. Farnsworthy, to not have to cast a vote on this until we have a chance to revisit it.
Well, I don't want to, I think my view is that you've offered an amendment. It's been seconded. We've discussed it. I'm going to call a vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, can we hear if Regent Miron is willing to withdraw? It would be a moot point if she was.
I think I thank you, Regent Kenyanya and Regent Talurabi, for your comments about process. Process is very important to me, and not having my colleagues all of a sudden have something that they haven't had an opportunity to think about and to consider and weigh all of the pros and cons in advance is not something that I subscribe to. So I am going to withdraw my motion. I strongly believe that we are within our rights in terms of how we set up the compensation program for President Gabel, and it is reflected in the contract. I stand by the contract. I think it's within our charter and an authority. And I personally stand by the decision that was made by the chair here. But in light of the process issues that were raised by my fellow regents, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
All right. So withdrawal of amendment, withdrawal of motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Regent Swigum.
Okay, I need to make a statement, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize to my colleagues for prolonging this. I wish you had not withdrawn your motion, Regent Miron. I respect you doing so. I respect the comments that were made. But I'm at a loss I'm at a loss. There were people who were concerned about the process. Performance pay is awesome. People were concerned about the process that we empowered the chair to make the decision based upon contacting all of us and listening to the performance review, which was excellent, by the way. And those that were opposed to giving you the power to then make decision based upon consulting all of us, now Regent Mayron tried to empower to allow them to be partake in the decision. Now they don't want to do it. I'm at a loss. I cannot figure this out.
Well, I don't want to speak for regents who raise questions, but Regent Swigum, I think it's because they're very comfortable with the existing process.
Okay? Not everyone was, not everyone. So Mr. Chairman, what you were trying to do, or what Regent Myron was trying to do, was to make everybody comfortable, because not everybody around this horseshoe was comfortable with empowering you. So you were just trying to be inclusive and allow everybody to make the decision in an open public meeting. Now they don't want to do it. Okay, whatever.
All right. Okay. Let's move on. And thank you all. Turning to other items, it may seem that we have a long break between this meeting and when we reconvene in September. But everyone's going to be busy throughout the summer months working to establish priorities for the year ahead in partnership with President Gabel. Those priorities will carry forward into our board and committee work for the coming year. And I have one final announcement this morning. Due to the resignation of David McMillan, the board was left with 2 vacant leadership positions: Vice Chair of the Finance and Operations Committee and Chair of the Investment Advisory Committee. I'm very happy to report that Regent Hipsch has agreed to serve as Vice Chair of Finance and Operations, and Regent Mayron will serve as Chair of the Investment Advisory Committee. And I want to thank both of you for stepping into these leadership positions. That concludes my comments. We'll continue now with our agenda. Please note that item 4, receive and file reports. There are none this month. Moving on now to the consent report. The consent report includes several routine items, as well as 2 personnel appointments that I highly anticipate will warrant board discussion. And as such, we'll consider the appointment of the Vice President for Equity and Diversity and the appointment of the Duluth Campus Interim Chancellor, and will in separate actions. First, though, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent report, less the appointments of the Vice President for Equity and Diversity and the Duluth Campus Interim Chancellor. Is there a motion to approve the remaining items in the consent report?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion of those items? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion is approved. At this time, I'd like to ask President Gabel to speak to her recommendation to appoint Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez as Vice President for Equity and Diversity.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, and members of the board. I am delighted to announce Dr. Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez as our next Vice President for Equity and Diversity, effective August 31st, 2022, and pending your approval today. Dr. Ramirez Fernandez will report directly to me and serve as a key member of my cabinet. She has more than 20 years of experience in higher education administration, recognized for her leadership on issues of diversity and campus climate at several leading universities, and specializing in higher education curriculum, institutional models that support student success, strategic enrollment management, and assessment. Dr. Ramirez Fernandez currently serves as the Richard Feldman Vice President for Equity and Inclusion and Chief Diversity Officer at the University of Rochester, where she was recruited to open the university's inaugural Office of Equity and Inclusion and to serve as the institution's first Chief Diversity Officer. She has a doctorate in higher education management from the University of Pennsylvania, a master's in counseling and human development from the University of Iowa, and a BA in psychology with a concentration in Spanish literature from the University of Puerto Rico. Her base salary will be $352,500, which falls between the 75th and 90th percentile of our peers. It is higher than historic benchmarks due to the current market trend in the CDO role, which is continuing to increase and remains competitive for top talent. If we look at CDO base salaries within the Big Ten alone, the salary falls between the 50th and 75th percentile, with the 50th percentile being at $325,000. However, I believe the salary for Dr. Ramirez Fernandez is where it needs to be in terms of the market, the Twin Cities specifically, and the demands that individuals like Dr. Ramirez Fernandez enjoy in the national marketplace for their services. For example, the University of Maryland hired a chief equity officer 2 years ago at $358, and Indiana is paying theirs at $589,000. Michigan's is at $431. She also currently earns already above the 50th percentile in her current job, and the job she's coming into with us is significantly bigger. So I want to give special thanks to Karen Diver, Senior Advisor to the President for Native American Affairs, and Ken Horseman, Vice President for Human Resources, and all the members of the search committee for their dedication and service to yield a tremendous pool of candidates. I also want to give very special thanks to Michael Go for his dedicated service as our Vice President for Equity and Diversity over the past 5 years. We wish him the very best in his return to the faculty in the College of Education and Human Development. And lots of thanks to Associate Vice Provost Keisha Varma and the Office for Equity and Diversity for agreeing to serve as the interim through the end of August. So members of the board, I'm very proud and honored to present to you Dr. Ramirez Fernandez's candidacy for our next Vice President for Equity and Diversity, and I respectfully request your endorsement.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, President Gable. So colleagues, is there a motion to approve the appointment of Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez as Vice President for Equity and Diversity?
So moved.
That's moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Regent Rosha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got first a question. Now, I'd asked some background information on this appointment, and I understand that this is the outgoing vice president in this position the salary was, I think, about 100,000 less, or a little more than that, actually.
I don't know Dr. Go's salary. I'd have to get that from.
Well, I requested it, and it came in considerably lower. And so I have a question followed by perhaps a comment. When there's an increase of that substance or that significance, where does the funding come from to make up that difference?
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Regent Rosha, it varies.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah. It varies. In this case, there is sufficient funding within the budget of the Office for Equity and Diversity to cover the difference in their existing budget.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Regent
it's
Rosha.
almost like you're not listening to me, Mr. Chair.
You see one eye closed.
That's right. So I think this bears mentioning, and this has obviously been a big concern for me, and I sat back as a Regent Emeritus for 20 years and read the national dialogue about the cost of higher education skyrocketing and the impact that that's having on young people, young folks seeking a public education, coming out with what used to be medical school debt and so on. And yet everybody talked about it. We even have people talking about, free tuition and so on and so forth. But it almost becomes a comedy and how, well, we never really addressed this. I would point out that the 352 is almost exactly what the president in 1995 would be making today if we had followed just baseline inflation over the last, I guess, 27 years now. And so this is a real issue, and it's a challenge because this is not about Dr. Mercedes Ramirez Fernandez. This is about a larger context. We had a pretty massive dialogue as a board over saving a few times this amount of money by cutting sports, and we sometimes become very precise in our analysis, and then in other times it really doesn't seem to matter. And so from that standpoint, at this point, it's roughly a 40% increase over our incumbent. From that position, Mr. Chair, I intend to abstain. I would, if these were broken out separately, I would vote in favor of the candidate. This is a very impressive resume, seems to be extremely qualified for the position. I just have a real challenge, especially, the position actually has the term equity in the name of the position, and the position pays at this point nearly 5 times what the average Minnesota family that this institution serves lives on per year. And at some point in time, I think that we've reached a crisis point. I think we've already passed it. But from that standpoint, I plan to abstain and look forward to working with Dr. Ramirez Fernandez. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. All right, seeing no one else who wishes to speak, we'll take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain, Mr. Chair.
And one abstention.
Abstain as well, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
2 abstentions. All right. The motion is approved. That brings us to the final item of our consent report, which is the appointment of David McMillan as interim chancellor of the Duluth campus. Before I call on the committee co-chairs for the recommendation of that committee, President Gable would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, and members of the board. I want to start by thanking the members of the UMD Chancellor Search Committee. Search committee work is often thankless, but it's really critically important. More than 6 months ago, 18 volunteers, students, faculty, staff, and community members took the responsibility of recruiting and identifying a new chancellor for UMD. They began in January and reviewed dozens of candidates and made recommendations, and then stepped up again to review candidates when asked to recommend an interim chancellor. Their collective efforts and sound processes should give us the highest confidence in their integrity, their passion for UMD, and their commitment to its future. The members of the committee deserve nothing but our appreciation for their efforts, so let me publicly and on behalf of the university say thank you to them. Members of the board, this is clearly a unique situation, but I'd like to remind you of the verifiable and documented facts. First, the search committee ran an excellent first round of the search in partnership with a highly regarded national search consultant. The search for a permanent chancellor failed because it did not result in the right candidate. Failed searches are not unusual, and as I've said many times, the only truly failed search is when the wrong person is in the role. The circumstances and information about the final candidates were described in detail to the board in ways that protect the privacy of the candidates. Those candidates deserve our appreciation and respect. That information provided to the board can leave no doubt of the legitimacy of the first search or the basis for its failure. As we have done in Morris, as we have done with some of our recent dean searches, and as I have experienced on many other campuses, we elected to move forward with a 2-year interim chancellor appointment. The reasoning behind this was to allow time to pass, to let the market refresh, and allow new candidates to come forward. It is a very normal and reasonable process for managing a variety of leadership transition challenges, including in this case, a failed search. After deciding to appoint an interim chancellor, we then issued an open call for nominations. Let me be clear, I did not ask anyone to be nominated. I did not ask anyone to apply. I did not promise the job or offer a job to anyone. On the contrary, all candidates were told they would have to pursue the position just like anyone else, and this clarity was documented in writing. Our conversations with any of the regents about this search, and there were several conversations with several regents, were consistently about strategy and campus vision and nothing else. Before any applicants were considered for the job by anyone, I waived my unilateral presidential authority to make an interim appointment and removed myself completely from the process. The 18-member search committee, the same committee that has been in place since January, publicly listed on the search website, considered the candidates. I made no recommendations to the committee, and we had no discussion about any of the applicants. The decision to remove myself came after I consulted with our own compliance office and several outside ethics experts whose qualifications come from notable accomplishments, peer-reviewed scholarship, and sincere interest in the integrity around this work, rather than in growing social media followers. This is the process they universally endorsed. And I made myself available for consultation to the search committee, but they will verify that they did not reach out to me for input. I did not know their recommendation until they drafted their memo to the board. I've been very public about the fact that I would play no role in the search process prior to any applicant consideration. The publicly named committee is presenting to you today in full view with full transparency. The board is voting today in open session. There has been no quid pro quo. And everything I've described today is easily corroborated by multiple parties. So while this situation is unusual, there has been careful, transparent steps to address these concerns. So I'd like to share some closing thoughts. While some may not always agree with my vision or my decisions, and I absolutely accept that that's part of the role that I have in serving this university, I have always acted in the university's best interests. I have never given anyone any reason to doubt that I put the university first or to question my sincerity or my integrity. Today, we are transparently working in good faith through a unique situation. The allegations and accusations regarding the search and interim appointment are many things, but most importantly, they are false, they are hurtful, they are insulting, and they cause reckless damage to the University of Minnesota and to the University of Minnesota Duluth. And now, consistent with my commitment to remove myself from this decision, Mr. Chair, I'm going to remove myself from the room so that the meeting and the board and the committee can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, President Gabel. At this time, I'd like to invite Senior Vice President Myron Franz and Jennifer Menzel, the Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Effectiveness at UMD, to present the search committee's recommendation.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board. On behalf of the University of Minnesota Duluth Chancellor Search Committee, whose members are here or watching online, we are here to present the recommendation for your approval today that Mr. David J. McMillan is appointed to a 2-year term as the interim chancellor for UMD. First, we would like to summarize the process for the search committee. On May 23rd, President Gabel called for nominations and applications for the UMD interim chancellor position. On June 22nd, she charged the committee to review applicants for the position, interview applicants as needed, and make a recommendation to the Board of Regents who the search committee believes should serve as interim chancellor. 6 applications were received and forwarded to the search committee. The search committee discussed each applicant's strengths and weaknesses. While all of the applicants had some of the experience and qualifications outlined in the position description, the search committee's review resulted in the unanimous decision to interview one applicant who had the combination of education, executive leadership qualifications, proven management capabilities, as well as the passion for UMD and the Duluth community that exceeded all other applicants and aligned with the position description. The search committee interviewed the applicant using the same general format and interview questions as used in the full search this past spring. After debriefing of the interview, the search committee unanimously and enthusiastically approved a motion to recommend Mr. McMillan as UMD's interim chancellor pending board approval, which brings us here today. The search committee provided a detailed recommendation to the board. The recommendation and Mr. McMillan's resume are included in the docket materials, and my co-chair, Senior Vice President Franz, will provide a summary for you today.
Thank you, Associate Vice Chancellor, Senior Vice President Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Co-Chair. The breadth and depth of Mr. McMillan's qualifications and experience over his 30-plus year career gave the search committee the utmost confidence that he will succeed in this special role. In fact, many of his unique qualifications were identified as critical key stakeholders in listening sessions at the start of the search and distinctly match their experiences and qualifications outlined in the position description. For example, Mr. McMillan has a Juris Doctorate degree from our very own University of Minnesota Law School. He has demonstrated executive leadership experience, proven management capabilities in the areas of strategic planning, fiscal management, leadership and team development, communication, marketing and public relations, community relations, and stakeholder management and engagement. Mr. McMillan is a decisive administrator who understands the changing landscape of higher education, particularly UMD and the University of Minnesota system. He is able to anticipate and articulate the critical issues, opportunities, and challenges in the foreseeable future. And he is willing to make the difficult decisions that are in the best interest of UMD. Mr. McMillan has a deep knowledge of and experience with the UMD campus, the Duluth region, and the University of Minnesota system. Mr. McMillan's strong advocacy and passion for UMD will allow him to deepen his partnerships with all the various stakeholders invested in the continued success in advancing UMD's profile as an intentional and pivotal partner for Duluth, the Northland, and Minnesota. With an undergraduate degree from UMD and a longtime Duluth resident, Mr. McMillan is a bulldog in every sense of the word. There is no one more suitable to succeed Chancellor Lynn Black, who has graciously and thoughtfully led the campus for over 12 years. Mr. McMillan, in the opinion of the search committee, is the right leader at the right time. And he has the search committee's full endorsement and support to serve as UMD's interim chancellor. We submit this recommendation to you for your approval today, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thanks to both of you, and thanks to the entire committee for very dedicated service that went on for longer than anybody thought it might. We really appreciate everything that you've done. Now, before we get a motion before us, a note about the procedure. What we will have before us is the recommendation of the committee to the board for action. So that will be the resolution. I'll entertain a motion to approve the appointment of David McMillan as interim chancellor of the Duluth campus.
So moved. Second.
So moved and seconded. Okay, moved and seconded. Before I invite others to speak, I want to share a few of my own thoughts, and then I'll open it up for discussion because there is quite a bit swirling around this topic. And so I thought it would be useful for me to recap for the board and all of our observers how I saw this story unfold. A good place to start is that December board meeting when we reviewed and approved President Gable's contract extension. This was done after she had served 2.5 years, halfway through her 5-year contract, so a natural time to review and extend her contract if so desired by the board. The contract gave her retirement incentives that would vest only if she stayed the full 5 years, not if she left early, and a performance bonus. The contract currently places her at the bottom of the Big Ten for total compensation. After a full and public discussion of the contract extension and with a roll call vote, 9 regents voted in favor and 2 dissented. Forward to Lynn Black's announcement in April that he was planning to retire. Soon after that announcement, President Gable announced that she was forming a search committee to select the next chancellor of UMD, supported by a search firm. Although the vice chair and I were not on the committee and were not involved in the search process, the president kept us informed of progress along the way. Now, as much as I'd like to, I cannot share private personnel data other than to say that I'm aware of the facts and I understand the reasons for the failed search. It is grossly unfair to suggest that following privacy laws is somehow suspicious. Having been involved in many searches for public and private institutions, I will verify that from time to time, the first search doesn't work. It happens. President Gable made a good call, and then she moved on to an appropriate next steps, which in this case was to decide on the appointment of an interim chancellor. And that's when Regent McMillan began to get phone calls from people in the Duluth area. As a sitting regent for 12 years, a graduate of UMD, a retired senior executive at Minnesota Power Company, widely known and respected for serving on numerous boards and associations, Mr. McMillan has a well-deserved reputation for leadership, executive skill, the highest integrity, as a collaborator and consensus builder, deeply knowledgeable of UMD. He began to consider the idea of serving in the interim role, which he discussed at length with his wife, after receiving many requests to consider this role from members of the community. Their immediate plan after completion of his second regent term had been full retirement and the life that kind of goes with that freedom. But David decided that a defined interim role could be really a great way to do a last bit of service to an institution that he loves deeply. David McMillan resigned his position as regent in order to pursue this opportunity, and he was told there was no assurance that he would be selected. That's when a disgraceful Twitter campaign began, accusing the president and Mr. McMillan of somehow coordinating the entire scenario, failed search included. The scheme supposedly was the president to reward Regent McMillan for voting for her contract extension by naming him interim chancellor. And just to remind everybody, the arithmetic was 9 in favor of the contract. Faced with this completely baseless as well as implausible accusation, the president stepped aside from the process, recharged the search committee to accept and review all applications for UMD interim chancellor, and left the final decision to the board. On behalf of myself, I wish to publicly apologize to Mr. McMillan and President Gable, as they have been the target of a truly disgraceful Twitter campaign initiated with no basis, no prior conversation with other board members or board leadership who were unaware of these so-called concerns until they entered the Twitterverse. It is deeply saddening that we now on this board have entered the world of character assassination via Twitter when things don't go the way you want. Regents have a fiduciary duty of care, and that applies to public allegations against others, particularly where regents are in a privileged position of authority, having personnel data available to them that cannot be shared publicly. Speculating publicly about a supposedly premeditated scheme behind 2 events, a contract vote and then a later failed search, is reckless. That these 2 events happen is certainly a matter of record. There is zero evidence that these events are connected. Our colleague, Mr. McMillan, felt that he had a good way to serve. He applied for this role, and that's it. Regents, I ask you to speak clearly, vote your conscience. Do you believe the search committee, when they confirm their recommendation and advise us that it is free of undue influence? We are the decision makers here, nobody else. The bright spot in all of this, and there is a very bright spot, is the work of the search committee and the letter before the board today. As they make clear in their unanimous recommendation, Mr. McMillan is clearly the best choice. He will be a superb interim leader of UMD. He'll give the campus the leadership and the energy they need during a period of transition. And I honor the committee for not being cowed by Twitter and enthusiastically support the recommendation of the committee. So we have a motion to approve the resolution from the search committee to avoid David McMillan as interim chancellor at UMD. Regents, are there other comments? Regent Hipp.
Yeah. I would, I'm in favor of the motion. I just want to speak to David McMillan as a person. He's an unbelievably ethical human being. I can't think of too many people in the state of Minnesota that have walked in Minnesota that have served Minnesota greater than he has in all capacities, from church councils all the way up to the Board of Regents. He's done it unselfishly. He's done it for the betterment of Minnesota. He loves Minnesota. He loves the University of Minnesota. He loves UMD, and he loves Duluth. And the unanimous decision by this committee, I commend that. I mean, it's not easy to get unanimous decisions, but with 18 people, I served on a presidential search committee, and it's difficult. But to have a unanimous decision goes a long ways in my mind. So thank you to the committee.
Regent Davenport, who joins us via Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Powell. First, I respect and support the recommendation of the UMD Chancellor Search Committee, as well as many others I've heard from, to name David McMillan as interim chancellor. Obviously, we know that the search for a permanent leader failed. I want to confirm, speaking from firsthand experience, this happens. This happens when seeking out the best leader for an institute of higher learning, such as UMD, with its wonderful attributes, unique needs, and challenges. Secondly, David McMillan is qualified to serve as interim chancellor to UMD, and uniquely so. Like many universities today, and despite its many attributes, UMD is faced with many challenges. UMD deserves an engaged and proactive leader who will not merely be a placeholder. To those who insist that higher education leaders come from academics, I suggest you save that debate for the permanent position. The 2-year appointment of David McMillan provides continuity to address the challenges UMD faces. David McMillan brings the experience with complex organizations, budget reconciliation, building coalitions among various interests and partners, innovative solutions, fundraising. Those are examples, and I know you'll hear more. The fact that he brings experience as a region is unique, that's true. But that experience is an asset, not a liability, when an interim has to hit the ground running and not only provide strategic leadership for the next 2 years, but also promote and prepare the university for a successful and subsequent search and leadership transition for the long term. I have great confidence in David McMillan's commitment to the success of UMD's future. Third, to those who hold the view that there is a conflict of interest, I wholeheartedly disagree. You may have the perception of that. You may say there is the potential for that, but the reality is there is no actual conflict of interest when you look at the facts. The evidence just is not there. And just because there's a minority opinion, disagreement, or split votes on issues, that does not translate into consolidation of power. We are each independent regions, as this board continues to demonstrate. We need to get back to our focus on supporting the university system's mission. UMD needs to focus on meeting it. David McMillan is the right person to do just that as interim chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Davenport. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the chair pointed out a few minutes ago as part of his remarks, I want to speak clearly and from my conscience today and offer a few remarks about this appointment. So first, I also want to join in thanking the search committee for their work. I've served on several search committees here at the university and in other organizations, and know it's a lot of work, often voluntary time by members of the search committee, and a bunch of other factors that goes into dedication of what it means to serve on a search committee. So I want to add my thanks for that. Unfortunately, for me today, and I will go on to briefly describe why before yielding the floor back to other colleagues. I'm unable to support this recommendation today for reasons that center around one theme, which would be public trust of our public land grant university. I also want to highlight that as part of this, and I'll elaborate on the public trust theme briefly, I've thoroughly reviewed and digested the immense amount of stakeholder feedback we've received as a board on this item. I want to thank the many individuals, elected officials, former elected officials, national organizations, and many other folks from different groups and areas of the state and the country that have reached out on this topic. As I mentioned before around this horseshoe, it's really important to me to highlight and thank those who take the time to reach out to the board on issues. So I wanted to highlight that and thank everyone for their engagement, to know that I've reviewed the fairly massive amount of correspondence on this topic. In addition, given previous experience on the board, I want to be as clear as possible before I state my reasons and elaborate a little more on why I'm not able to support this. For me today, this is not personal about the candidate for me. It's not about anything else other than public trust and my fiduciary role to the university. I'm approaching this today strictly and firmly from my role as a fiduciary and trustee of this institution. So briefly to add on to my statement, in one of the many pieces of correspondence we received on this item, in the middle of one of the letters, there was a quote from the March 2nd, 2012 meeting minutes of the Board of Regents on a completely different matter, with a former regent stating that the public image of the university translates to public trust. If there is a potential conflict of interest that is viewed by the public as an apparent conflict of interest, the board cannot maintain public trust. And when preparing for this meeting, that quote really stuck out to me as you know, something that I'm concerned about and something that really encapsulates a lot of the public feedback and commentary that we've received directly as a board and that I've observed in preparing for how I was going to approach the vote on this particular topic. I also want to share that I understand the process that we are engaged in today, which is approving, you know, if this recommendation goes forward, then that triggers a negotiation of an employment agreement between the president and the candidate. I understand that this is a process that this board has underwent in other hiring processes, as in the last presidential search and perhaps other. But part of the reason I'm uncomfortable is not having that draft employment agreement in front of us today to really have an understanding as a fiduciary of what we are voting on. So I'll wrap it up by just saying that I share and feel really uncomfortable with the issues, you know, that have been raised around the concept of an appearance conflict, concept of what is our responsibility as a board of a public university in maintaining public trust. And so I'm here fairly uncomfortably today. I wish we weren't in this position at all. I think UMD is a crown jewel of the system. And I know that my not supporting this today will be interpreted in other ways. But I hope folks listen directly to the comments I've made that you know, focus on public trust and what our role is and why I'm uncomfortable with moving forward today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Regent Farnsworth. Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the co-chairs of the committee, Dr. Menzel and Senior Vice President Franz, for your work along with your colleagues. I mean, I think it's worth noting right away, it's unusual, right? I think, thank you, Brian. It's worth noting, of course, the situation is unusual, but unusual isn't inherently wrong. Along with that, the questions, concerns, and inquiries made by a broad range of people, from the general public to legislators and members of this board, I think they're appropriate, right? When it's appropriate to ask questions, and it's appropriate that they should be answered. And when they were asked, I think they had merit. And but I think mine have been answered, right? And they've been answered from several avenues: information provided by the administration, information provided by the general counsel, communications from the search committee, a conversation with the president that I had myself and made some of these inquiries. And, you know, with that being said, I feel that the questions I had that were fair to be brought up have been answered. One of the things that as I was thinking about this, if one were to believe the allegations about Mr. McMillan and the president's involvement, I couldn't then understand how the committee would come to the same conclusion. You know, was the committee also somehow bought out, or however else you wanna say it? I think when the search was then passed back to the committee by the president, I think that restored or should have restored confidence where others didn't feel it was there, and to say otherwise would then call into question the committee and its full membership. And I would encourage people to go on the website and look at who's on the committee and how broad that committee is from as has been said before, current students, alumni, staff, faculty, and so on and so forth. Along with that, another thing that was compelling for me is the broad support from the UMD community. I've received correspondence, and I imagine my colleagues have as well, from a lot of groups, from faculty, including UEA leadership, UMD's faculty union, from the UMD Student Association, UMD Student Government, that sent a correspondence and has made their thoughts and opinions clear on this as well. Conversations with UMD staff, and just unsolicited, personal endorsements and feedback from folks, from all around the UMD community and the Duluth community, including a Duluth city councilor. Like I said, I'll admit it is unusual, and I think it's appropriate that the questions were asked, but the search committees do fail. I've had the pleasure of serving on a couple, three to be exact, and search committees do fail, and I think that happens. Ultimately, I think my comfort is that the committee made this recommendation, and for that reason, I will be supporting the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And I just want to make sure, are you able to hear me?
We do. We hear you well.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate all the comments of my colleagues and offer a few of my own observations. As a regent of the University of Minnesota, my fiduciary duty, including the additional duties of care, obedience, and loyalty, is to ensure that the actions I take, whether in this horseshoe or elsewhere when I'm holding myself out in the regent role, are in the best interest of the university, with no other constituency. This means that really when I'm presented with a claim of impropriety relating to the university or its actions, I need to do my due diligence. And in this instance, that due diligence included reviewing publicly available information about the search process for both the chancellor position and also the interim chancellor position, which included notices shared with the university community and even some notices linked in news publications openly calling for nominations. It included private personnel data uniquely available to us, created or curated by the search committee, and attorney-client privileged information prepared by our Office of General Counsel. And really what I have found is a different legal adage than the one another regent and others have chosen to use in statements to the media and in letters. In this instance, what I have found is correlation does not equate causation. Actually, I think Regent Kenyanya said it even more directly, which was unusual doesn't mean that it's wrong. Unusual means that we do our due diligence before we make our decisions. And in all of this, what I found most troubling in some of the actions I've witnessed and words I've heard as it relates to this chancellor and interim chancellor search is that individuals have elected to publicly cast aspersions on the university, on regents, on the candidate screening process, and the candidate search committee members by association in some way, shape, or form, the president and Mr. McMillan, knowing full well, and if they didn't know full well, they willfully ignored, that the only defenses to many of these claims would require disclosure of private personnel data and attorney-client privileged information and analysis. Data and information readily accessible to all of us as regents, but which we're not at liberty to disseminate under our duty of obedience. And I understand individuals who don't have access to that information questioning things, but to Regent Kenyanya's point, there's been a lot of additional information provided to us as regents that isn't publicly available by operation of statute, law, or privilege. I do want to end my comments with a quick story, and it actually builds on where Regent Kenyanya ended his comments. I attended an event in early June in Duluth, which was put together to recognize the commitments that many of our donors made during the Driven campaign, but specifically to recognize those donations that benefit the University of Minnesota Duluth and to celebrate Chancellor Black's retirement. At that event, I heard two themes from many of those who I had the absolute privilege to interact with that evening. The first was that the UMD community was incredibly sad to see Chancellor Black retire. But they were all thrilled that he's really able to enjoy his retirement, and his wife was there, and they shared some very personal plans going forward for his retirement. But the second theme I heard that evening was whether Mr. McMillan might consider running for the position. And I was being asked, do you think Dave would consider it? And my response was, I don't know, you'll have to ask him. But the reasons were explained to me in different ways, but really in the sense of the University of Minnesota Duluth community wanted his business expertise, wanted his unique perspectives, and really admired and were excited about his unmatched enthusiasm for the University of Minnesota Duluth. Unfortunately, aspects of this process cast a cloud over this really exciting opportunity for UMD and the Duluth community. But I think this opportunity for each of us as regents to discuss our own due diligence and perspectives and conversations that we've had with individual leaders has really reinforced the appropriateness of the process and how this has moved forward. Most specifically, the enthusiasm of the University of Minnesota Duluth community has been supported in many different ways. Written comments from UEAD leadership, letter from student government leadership that's in our correspondence folder, and many letters to the editor of the Duluth News Tribune that were forwarded to me unsolicited as well, and shared with me that were provided by those who've known Mr. McMillan for decades in both professional and volunteer roles, and see this as a really unique opportunity for the college for the next 2-year period. So for these reasons, I'm going to support the recommendation of the search committee for Mr. McMillan's appointment to the interim chancellor position. And thank you very much, Chair Powell, for the time.
Thank you, Regent Verheugen. Thank you. I'm now going to call on a representative of the UMD Student Association who is asked to speak, Ms. Riley Tuft.
It's a new standard.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. This morning, I am speaking to you as a representative of the University of Minnesota Duluth Student Association, not as a representative to the Board of Regents, as I'm currently not in that role. We, as the official voice of the student body, recognize how important the decision for senior leadership positions such as chancellor is. We find it crucial that the student voice is not only heard, but fully considered during this decisive conversation. Even given the interim nature of this appointment, we understand that this decision will greatly affect both current and future students at UMD, as well as the entire UMD community. Our governing body was given the opportunity to be involved in the search for UMD's chancellor this spring. We were disappointed this search yielded no result, but again, we recognize the need to find the correct fit for UMD. That being said, UMD now requires stability and strong leadership, which is why we believe Mr. McMillan to be an excellent candidate for interim chancellor. We have been privileged to have Mr. McMillan as a regent representing Duluth for some time. He has consistently advocated for student, faculty, and staff issues. He has made a point of prioritizing his constituents and made his commitment to the university as a whole very clear. He has focused on connection within the Duluth community as a whole, and as you know, the list goes on and on. In light of recent media attention concerning Mr. McMillan, we would be remiss to not briefly address this attention and share the thoughts of our governing body. We trust that this board has done their due diligence when evaluating Mr. McMillan's candidacy, and that they will ultimately make the best decision for the university and especially for its students. This negative media attention does not properly reflect the character and leadership abilities of Mr. McMillan, nor of any of the faculty and staff involved in the search committee. In closing, the UMD Student Association respectfully requests that this board thoughtfully take into account the voice of our body when making a final decision regarding the interim chancellor position for UMD. Again, we believe that Mr. McMillan is the right choice for interim chancellor at this point in time, and we are excited at the prospect of having a former Bulldog lead our campus and guide us during this time of transition. Thank you for your time and consideration, and go Dogs.
Thank you, Ms. Tuck. Regent Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, co-chairs of the committee and the MSA representative from Duluth. I think we met last September. I'll just add a few comments here in support of this nomination. In the reading that I have done, and just to mention something different than others have said, one of the quotes, I believe, in the Duluth Tribune described this interim chancellor position as, and I'll quote, a challenge, not a prize. I think that's really an excellent way of stating this. And I think it's in that spirit that David McMillan is willing to do this job. It is a challenge. It's very important. It's not a prize he's seeking. He doesn't need that. But he cares about UMD, he cares about Duluth and the community. And so I think he's been willing to step up. I believe that the best way to restore public trust is for us to appoint the most capable person to this role, who can move forward quickly with his knowledge and effectively with his skills to doing the very best for UMD in this interim as we then seek a subsequent chancellor full-time. Having had the privilege of working with Dave McMillan as a regent, I feel he would be absolutely fantastic. He's been helpful to everybody. He's almost universally respected and greatly appreciated for his work and his character. He's highly ethical. And I think even to the point where I would describe him as someone who I think would be a servant leader in this position, and that's not always the case. So I want to add to all the other things that were said, my strong endorsement of this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Johnson. Regent Mayron.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So much of my thinking has been expressed by others here. I want to focus on two items that are so troubling for me as we address this resolution. To the extent I am hearing any objection to Dave McMillan or the resolution to appoint him as interim chancellor, they are grounded on language of public trust, as stated by my colleague, or conflict of interest, or the appearance of conflict of interest. But behind those allegations or those characterizations are, for me, baseless allegations by a variety of people who do not have the facts in front of them. We have the facts in front of us. We also have a code of conduct which identifies what is a conflict of interest for a regent. And that code of conduct says at section 8, under the section of conflicts of interest, it addresses university employment. And it says, notwithstanding any other provision of this policy, a regent shall not serve as a compensated employee, except if you're in the student regent position. I'm paraphrasing the second part. We don't have that conflict of interest here. We don't even have that appearance of it. What Dave McMillan did before even applying, much less potentially becoming an employee of this institution, is he resigned his position as regent. There is nothing in our code of conduct that identifies a conflict for someone who is a former regent to apply for employment, including a chancellor position. So in my mind, there is no conflict of interest under our policies. And there is no appearance of a conflict of interest. There is nothing in all of the information that has been provided to us that suggests that there is some sort of conflict or appearance of impropriety in terms of how it is that David McMillan ultimately came forward, resigned his position, and applied for the position of interim chancellor. In fact, the facts all speak to the other direction. And I keep thinking of this, that just because someone says there's a conflict or says there's an ethical issue or suspects there may be an appearance of impropriety doesn't make it so. You have to look at the underlying information and you have to decide for yourself based on that information whether there is anything to support the conflict or the appearance of a conflict or any impropriety. And there is nothing before us to suggest that. Chair Powell, you walked through the scenario, the factual scenario, but it all starts with a group decision made by this group in December of 2021 to enter into a new contract with the president and to put forth compensation within that contract. That is a group decision. That is not a decision that was driven by Regent McMillan. We voted 9-2 in favor of that contract and the compensation provisions within that contract. We debated whether we had the authority to do that, to delegate to the chair. We had the debate, we made the decision. This was not a decision driven by Regent McMillan. The fact is, Len Black announced his retirement in November, a month before we awarded the contract to President Gabel. And she put in place the search committee. And somehow, if you're to believe this whole claim of impropriety, somehow, somewhere along the line, she and Dave McMillan cooked up a whole scheme by which she would get a search committee and hire an outsider. They would do their due diligence, they'd do all of their work, they'd make recommendations. Ultimately, she would conclude it failed. And then he would come in at the back door and apply for an interim position. That's in essence what we're talking about, these baseless allegations, and there's nothing to support that. And to my colleague to the right, when we talk about public trust, yes, I think public trust in this institution has been affected, but I think it's been affected by baseless claims by others as to what happened when it didn't happen. And I'm not going to stand by and say that I'm going to let those baseless claims direct what I think is the best decision for this university, which is to get the very best person in this interim position. And I think that is Dave McMillan. And the fact that on top of all this, then, this search committee, who has stated they were not influenced by anything that Dave McMillan did, that President Gabel did, but they went off and did their own investigation, their own due diligence, and came forward and made this recommendation, satisfies me that we have a recommendation that is clean and does not involve a conflict or an appearance of impropriety or anything unethical. And so I will support this resolution. I think former Regent McMillan is the very best candidate. I am thrilled by the amount of support he has from so many avenues, the public, the students, the business leaders, the Duluth community. So many people have come forward. So many people came to him and said, we're going to nominate you, or we've already nominated you. I am so thrilled with the support that he has. So on that basis, I am going to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Mayron. Regent Rocha.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot going on here. Couple things. First, I want to thank Regent Kenyanya for validating the asking of important questions. I think the vilification of the questions by leadership is below this board and disappointing, but not entirely surprising or novel. I want to clarify some timing first before I go to the substance of the discussion here. First of all, the comment that there was no awareness of the concerns prior to a public dialogue is provably false. Weeks ago, I sent correspondence to the president raising concerns about the dynamic and the appearance, what appears to be, or what could appear to many people to be a favorable setting. I received a response. I sent a follow-up and was told that the president had been directed by leadership not to respond to my additional clarifying questions. That was well before there was any dialogue by other members of the public. I have not engaged in a social media dialogue, but that doesn't seem to be a distinction of importance to the critics. I would point out that the commentary of my colleagues is all very nice. It's very pleasant. It's very appropriate in a vacuum in which we would be evaluating Mr. McMillan, but that's not the issue. It's not a function of proving that there was an arrangement. It's a pretty effective means of debate to shift the actual issue to one in which you can force the other side into an improvable situation, but that's not what has ever been levied here. I'll start out with a quote that this situation is not about anyone's integrity. Mr. McMillan's ethics are not in question. This is not an issue about any individual, but rather about the institution involved and the public trust the Board of Regents are duty-bound to uphold and preserve. The public trust is the driving factor on where I stand on this issue. With one change, those were David McMillan's words when he was on a committee recommending to the board that Regent Sviggum had to resign his position on this board.
Like it or not, it's why.
But quite frankly, they apply here. I respect the committee, and the committee did its job. The committee serves a different role, plays a different role than this board, and has a different set of requirements. Mr. Chair, I would like to bring a motion and speak to the motion. I've got comments about the main motion that I'd like to address, but I just want to make sure that I'm able to address those if the motion does not apply. To set the motion up, I have a concern right now. Mr. Vice President Franz is sitting as the co-chair of this committee. It wasn't but a couple years ago that Mr. McMillan, who was the subject of this evaluation, was part of a joint enterprise to provide a substantial contract to Mr. Franz that at the time increased his compensation by a factor. And yet, Mr. Franz is serving as the chair of this committee. And the president recognized, I wish the president were here, but the president recognized that there was an appearance challenge based on her relationship with Mr. Mr. McMillan as a regent. And so she stepped aside. And I was surprised that Mr. Vice President Franz did not do the same, as that appearance challenge is the same in that situation as well. Now, in 2012, when there was a committee to consider whether Regent Sviggum had a conflict, it was clearly, as here, it was an appearance conflict. It wasn't, nobody was saying that he had an agreement to do something on behalf of the state Senate, which I would point out, Regent Kenyanya, having a staffer for the state Senate on the Board of Regents would be unusual, but not necessarily wrong. So the question was there an appearance? And 11 members of the board, including Mr. McMillan, determined that it was better for the university to ensure the public's perception of us being above board as a board than to continue with Regent Sviggum serving and bringing many of the assets that he would have brought from that dynamic. I appreciate Regent Mayron raising the Board of Regents policy code of conduct for members of the Board of Regents. And that obviously is not a relevant section because, you know, Mr. McMillan resigned from this board. But under section 3, fiduciary duties, there's duty of loyalty. And I will read that for those that don't have it sitting in front of them. Regents have an absolute duty of undivided loyalty to the university as a whole and its mission. In keeping the interests of the university paramount, regents must avoid using their position for monetary or personal gain. I asked the question whether Mr. McMillan was going to seek a salary for serving UMD. I have not received a response to that. And as Mr. Regent Farnsworth pointed out, we don't have a contract in front of us. So to the extent that he's receiving compensation, because clearly if he wasn't, that would change the analysis quite dramatically for the public and for members of this board. But to the extent that the current incumbent all income is something in the $400,000 range, that's a substantial sum of money. And I'm concerned a bit about how this is played out because it's, you know, a person can by sort of fiat say there's no appearance or there's no conflict. Minnesota state statute is pretty straightforward. Section 15.43, acceptance of advantage by state employee. Subdivision 1 states in pertinent part, financial interest of agents. No employee of the state of Minnesota or the University of Minnesota who may directly or indirectly influence a contract or otherwise has official involvement in the contracting process may accept directly or indirectly from a person to which a contract has been or may be awarded money or anything of value other than items of nominal value. That's not limited to gifts. It's very broad language. And I would point out, as I lead into my motion, Mr. Chair, there were 2 legal reviews in 2012 related to Regent Sviggum and what some on the board at the time, including Mr. McMillan, claimed was an appearance conflict. And other than the opinion of the University of Minnesota's ethics professor that it is a clear appearance conflict, there has been no opinion provided. The president referred to advisors that had told her that things were okay, but I certainly have not been privy to those opinions. And I know no member of this board would want to proceed if there's a chance of running afoul of ethics law and regulation. So, Mr. Chair, before speaking to the main motion, I would move to postpone this appointment to permit General Counsel Peterson to secure outside counsel, and I would be fine if Frederickson wanted to do it again. They're the ones that wrote the one related to Regent Sviggum, but to have a legal review as to whether the actions of Mr. McMillan as Regent McMillan to provide substantial in joint enterprise substantial compensation to decision makers, including the president who set up the committee, which would fall under the statute of influencing the process, and Vice President Franz, who's co-chairing the committee, whether that would constitute an appearance conflict that would be impermissible under our rule and potentially under state law.
So could you repeat the motion?
Yeah, in short, a move to postpone the appointment before us to permit the general counsel to secure a legal review on the issue of whether this is an appearance conflict of interest and bring that back to the board, at which time the board could determine whether to reconvene in special session or otherwise.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote.
Regents, comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think this is as good a time as any for me to speak, both to the Rocha motion and maybe to the main motion, if that be okay. Well, Rocha motion, which I certainly oppose. We do not need to move this into the future and continue Twitter campaigns and continue Facebook campaigns and continue all allegations which are absolutely false. People can make any comments they want in life and they don't have to stand the consequences, but they have no basis. They have no evidence at all. And to continue a questioning of the president and Regent McMillan, who both are above any questioning in this, is absolutely wrong. Members, colleagues, I ought to take the advice of my good friend, Mr. Kenyana. My good friend, Mr. Kenyana, turned over to me 5 minutes ago and said, "Be quiet, don't speak." You've got the votes. Be quiet, don't speak. I should be wise enough to do that. But folks, it's not me. It's not who I am. When I see something that's wrong, I got to call it wrong. And I got to do it publicly, call it wrong. And this whole campaign against Dave McMillan, thank you, by the way, search committee. Thank you for what you've done. Both the failed search for the full-time chancellor as well as the interim chancellor. Thank you for your time and what you put in. But it's absolutely baseless. It's absolutely wrong. As I began, and I'm sure at the end of this 5 minutes, I'm not going to have any friends left around this place. That's why I called Doug Hipsch last night to say what I say after I got done speaking, will you still be my friend? And he said he would be. So thank you. My caution to Dave McMillan, great person, ethical, smart, prepared. He's going to be able to hit the ground running. Is that this significant support for you, David, will last until your first decision. Once you make your first decision, there's not everybody going to be there with your honeymoon anymore. It just doesn't happen. In this republic that we have, once you make a decision, there's consequences, and not everybody's going to be pleased, Dave. So be aware of that. Secondly, this issue shouldn't even be before us. It should be in the non-controversial motions. Both the process committee and the result committee are above question. Excellent job that you have done and a lot of time that you put in, and we thank you for that. In this process, when I was first elected, Regent Rocha goes back to 2012, when I actually ended up resigning, Regent Rocha, to take decision away from colleagues that I didn't want to put in process. In 2017, when Regent Rocha, you and I and Regent McMillan, or Regent Powell, were elected to this body, in the first year, we wondered what the heck we're getting into. If you remember correctly, there were some leaks of, I think it was personnel issues, and I think it had something to do with athletics as well. And we as board members had to sign an affidavit that we didn't do the leak. And there was even talk about doing a lie detector test. Can you remember that? I'm wondering, what the heck am I getting into when, how ridiculous in a public governing body like this to be subjected to that. But I signed the affidavit and went on. There are no leaks, and maybe members, let me apologize to you for a little bit. Maybe Ken and I have played things a little bit too close over the last 3 years and not shared everything, but you can't share everything. A lot of this is private data. It's personnel data. The search committee, it's personal data that you can't share. Now, we've tried to put out a lot of stuff in private and confidential way, but at least give us credit in the last 3.5 years, there's been no leaks. So we don't have to worry about that like when we first started. Well, that was maybe until yesterday. There might have been, if you read the Minnesota Daily yesterday, we might be subject to a significant leak at this time. But these candidates which you interviewed, sir and ma'am, they did no wrong. They did no wrong. They applied. And their names should not be public until they be interviewed. You think you did a great job? Candidates did no wrong. I'm concerned that maybe in the future, there aren't going to be a lot of folks that want to apply to public positions at the University of Minnesota ever again. Attacking the credibility of Powell and McMillan and Gable, just absolutely plain wrong. Now, we need to ask questions as a board. That is our job. We need to be challenging. We need to ask questions. We need to offer alternatives and options. We should not be yes people. We need to make sure we are not yes board. But some of you have crossed that line. You've crossed the line from asking questions and challenging to being destructive, to being so negative that your efforts are trying to destroy this fine university and some wonderful people who lead it, as well as the dogs up in UMD. You've crossed the line to destruction as opposed to challenging. This is particularly sensitive to me. Yesterday, we all received a letter from about 50, 45, I didn't count the number of representatives and senators advising us on this issue. Some of those who signed it were very, very, very good friends of mine. A few of them are not very good friends, and I'm thankful for that. And a couple of them I even plan to vote for in November, or at least planned to vote for in November. That may change. But it was absolutely wrong to have them send that letter to us with that advice. It was based upon allegations made by people who have no evidence, allegations which are wrong, allegations which are misrepresenting. It was completely wrong. Folks, if you're concerned about your reelection to this board, maybe you better pay attention to the letter. But if you think you were elected to voice your independent decision-making authority, not based upon politics, this body should be above politics, by the way. That's why we have autonomy, Mr. Chairman. That letter just made me so mad yesterday. Here are 45, 50 people advising us how to make a decision on what we should do based upon baseless allegations, when they just came through in 4.5 months of doing nothing with a $9.5 billion surplus.
So Chair, let's.
And then nothing. It's to the letter we received, but thank you for your advice. I appreciate your advice.
Right.
Baseless.
Thank you, Regent Swigum.
Mr. Chairman, I have more to say, but if you want to cut me off, you can. And I'll finish in 30 seconds. We get down in the muck, and that is so wrong. This university, including UMD as being a very important part of this university, has so much to be proud of and so much in good performance. We got to tell people about farm. We got to tell people about next gen ed or medicine. We got to tell people about next gen ag. We got to tell people about East Gateway, about record-setting development, and about our record-setting research grants, our student performance, which has been increased significantly. There's so much positive things going on about this university, and yet folks want to bring us into the muck and the mud. That is so wrong, so wrong. Thank you for putting up with me, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Regent Swigum. SVP Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, my name is Franz. Second, my title is Senior Vice President, not Vice President. I take umbrage in your accusation regarding my personal integrity. I find it offensive, inappropriate, and I find that this board is taking a step here that just goes beyond the pale. If we're going to have a situation where public servants like me and other folks, and this is not the first time this has happened with you, Regent Rocha, me and other people have been attacked and called names and our integrity challenged, it creates a situation that really makes it difficult for us to do our job. You know, I'm proud of my career. I'm proud of the service that I've given to the state, 2 different governors, and to this university and to the state of Minnesota. But you know, I think you sometimes need to remember that people have families, they have feelings, they have friends, and I have a reputation that you just attacked. And I find that inappropriate, and shame on you for doing that. Shame on you for what you're doing to the university, to President Gable, to myself, and to former Regent McMillan. I find your questions inappropriate, and I reject them entirely. And the fact that I'm associated with this committee, I apologize to the committee that they're in any way besmirched by my participation. This committee did an excellent job as led by my co-chair and the committee members who took on this task in the most courageous way possible to do a job they felt was really important for UMD. I stand by all of them and the work that they did to take on this independent task of assessing the candidates, making a decision, making a recommendation, providing that recommendation, and standing by it, and doing it in a way that, to me, inspired the way that they work together collectively. And I find this inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I presume I would have the opportunity to respond to a personal attack by staff.
I heard a reply to your attack.
Mr. Chair,
Can I, I'm
Mr.
going to
Franz.
I'm going to call the motion, and I believe the motion is that we move to postpone this action before us so that the general counsel can appoint outside counsel to study this issue. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to call the vote now. We'll do it as a roll call. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Call the roll.
I'll call the roll.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, on Regent Rocha's motion to postpone appointment, Regent Davenport.
No.
Regent Davenport votes no. Regent Farnsworth.
Yes.
Regent Farnsworth votes yes. Regent Hipsch.
No.
Regent Hipsch votes no. Regent Johnson.
No.
Regent Johnson votes no. Regent Kenyanya.
No.
Regent Kenyanya votes no. Regent Mayron.
No.
Regent Mayron votes no. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Swigum.
No.
Regent Swigum votes no. Regent Talurabe.
No.
Regent Talurabe votes no. Regent Verhalen.
No.
Regent Verhalen votes no. Chair Powell.
No.
Chair Powell votes no.
Okay, that motion fails 9-2. Move to the main motion, which has been discussed. And this is the motion to approve David McMillan, or approve the recommendation of the search committee to appoint David McMillan as Chancellor of the University of Minnesota Duluth. We'll also have a roll call on this. And Mr. Steves, please call the roll.
I'm sorry. On the main motion?
You were on the main motion.
Yeah, I have a comment, Mr. Chair, and of an additional motion. Thank you. I'll make one comment with respect to Senior Vice President, Executive Vice President. See, I want to make sure I don't get it wrong. Senior Vice President Franz comment, and then I'll get on with it because we have bigger fish to fry. I stated an objective fact. I stated the objective fact that you had your compensation substantially increased in taking this position, and that Mr. McMillan was a regent who voted in favor of that. That's an objective fact. I didn't use any of the colorful language that you launched in my particular direction. But that objective fact is what I'm talking about. With respect to Regent Swigum's commentary a minute ago, he went back to, how dare you besmirch? Well, that was the same issue that he faced 10 years ago. You know, people were saying, we're not saying you're doing it. We're not saying that you're of low caliber, low quality, low character. But that in that situation, that would reasonably lead a third party to think that there may be a bias there. There may be a conflict there. And at that point, just 10 years ago, this board said it was ultimately critical for us to preserve the appearance that we are ethical. Two national organizations, the university's ethics law professor, at least 38 members of the Minnesota legislature, and many, many members of the community have already weighed in on this decision and stated that they see the appearance. They're concerned about the appearance of a conflict of interest. This is not an attack on the committee. That isn't the committee's job. The broad and critical public views should be respected. I would use a quote that Regent Swigum used as he departed the board in 2012. I want to acknowledge upon reflection that for some there is an appearance of a conflict of interest. I do not understand. I do understand and respect your views, even if I do not agree with them. It is that preservation that led Regent Venora Hung say that it was of critical importance that we maintain that appearance of propriety. I have a great deal more that I would say about how this has gotten us here. I greatly appreciate the students having an opportunity to speak to us. That's somewhat unusual. I'm sure there are many other people that would be interested in having an opportunity to address the board. I'm especially glad as I have continued to support the student position on affordability that the board is willing to take into consideration the student's position on this issue, but I would only ask that we give them that same level of credibility when they're talking about issues that affect them directly and personally. But at the same time, when they say that they're endorsing the candidate, I would say over whom? Because there was only one candidate to consider. They did not have access to the names of the other people who applied. And I also want to address Regent Svigum's grave concern, because I would hate to think that he would lose sleep over this. The candidate whose name has been released publicly and has been discussed publicly, by the way, to the public, I do have access to all of the background data that's been referenced by my colleagues. I spoke with the acting vice chancellor at UMD, and I asked if she had concerns if her name was discussed publicly, because I think it was relevant to me to understand the full range of our discussion and the openness of the process. And she said that she was nominated by numerous people, and that a lot of people knew that she'd applied, and that she was fine with her name being known as a candidate. So Regent Svigum, we don't face the potential of a data privacy complaint as she authorized discussion of her candidacy. I would point out that what has happened here is quite a bit distinct from what happened on our Morris campus. We don't have a committee at Morris. We didn't have a committee at Morris. There was no search process, and the vice chancellor, as happens in 99.97% of these situations, when you're going to appoint an interim, it's not on-the-job training. It's not a popularity contest. You appoint someone from within the organization, usually provides some significant cost savings, and that person holds serve until the next search can be fully implemented. This would appropriately, or I believe reasonably, support a third party seeing there as being a conflict. So as it appears that the motion or the appointment has majority, I would bring a motion that, as it stands right now, the proposal is to place this as a 2-year contract. This doesn't make a great deal of sense to the extent that the stated purpose of, Mr. McMillan's stated purpose is to serve the university he loves, and to step in a moment where a failed search leaves a gap between the retirement of the past chancellor and our ability to do a search and find a new one. And if that's the case, I would suggest that we should provide the president with the flexibility to proceed if something comes along. First of all, we have an untried, untested administrator. And then secondly, we have the ability to appoint somebody at any point in time during the process, or proceed with a permanent search. So, Mr. Chair, I move to change the term offered to the candidate, Mr. McMillan, to a 6-month contract followed by a month-to-month assignment. He could be here 24 months, he could be here 30 months, he could be here 7. But it gives the university the ability to adjust and react when the university is ready to appoint the permanent chancellor. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Are there questions or comments on the motion? Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I am going to speak against that motion and reiterate what I just said earlier, that UMD deserves an engaged and proactive leader who will not be a placeholder. 6 months is a placeholder position. And I can again speak firsthand on interim presidencies, and that you need to have some continuity. You need to be able to prepare the university for the next search and promote the university, especially after all this media and public discourse, people are going to want to think twice about being a candidate, I might suggest. So a 2-year interim is appropriate. A 2-year interim provides the timeline to address this complex organization and to really work on some of the challenges and build upon all the attributes UMD has as well in preparation for that longer term leadership transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Regent Davenport. Other comments? Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just add similar to the last motion. This motion would make me feel more comfortable as a trustee of this university and giving us some more flexibility in this appointment, given the process that we're in. I also just want to say that I would be remiss not to mention from the last conversation and related to why I'm supporting this conversation, that I'm pretty stunned on what's been happening here today. I think a lot of some previous commentary was directed at me, which to save the board time and to allow us to move forward to future business. I'll refrain from addressing all of it, but I'll just say that I did not sign up to be an uncompensated regent for 6 years, to be destructive, to use a quote, to the university and to bring us down into the mud. I have great respect for the university. That's why I'm doing this. I just think that we have a huge problem if regents can't come to this horseshoe and address objections without it becoming personal. This is not the first time it's happened. I've never addressed it publicly before. I'm very frustrated about it, but I'll just leave it there and I will support this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, call a roll call vote. On the motion to
Mr. Chair.
redefine the contract.
If
You want to restate the motion?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's oh golly, where'd it go? It is motion to change the term to a 6-month employment contract followed by month to month. And if I could just very briefly just respond to Regent Davenport. Nothing that you're saying is needed is prevented by this motion. All of those things may happen, but it provides us an opportunity, if the president so chooses, to take an action as it is still an interim appointment. It's not a permanent appointment. This gives her that flexibility and is reflective of the fact that it's coming in to assist UMD, not to replace the traditional process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, on the motion.
Mr. Chair, on the motion to adjust the appointment term, Regent Davenport.
No.
Regent Davenport votes no. Regent Farnsworth.
Yes.
Regent Farnsworth votes yes. Regent Hipsch.
No.
Regent Hipsch votes no. Regent Johnson.
No.
Regent Johnson votes no. Regent Kenyanya.
No.
Regent Kenyanya votes no. Regent Mayron.
No.
Regent Mayron votes no. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Swigum.
No.
Regent Swigum votes no. Regent Tauyerabe.
No.
Regent Tauyerabe votes no. Regent Verhalen.
No.
Regent Verhalen votes no. Chair Powell.
No.
Chair Powell votes no.
All right. I would now like to move to the main motion, which is the recommendation from the search committee that David McMillan be appointed as interim chancellor at University of Minnesota Duluth. It's been moved and seconded. We'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a point of information before you move forward? Will the contract, I know in the presidential context, the threshold certainly meets board approval. Will this contract, when it's determined, come back before this board for approval?
That's our next item. We'll be coming back to that.
Oh, okay.
All right, roll call.
On the appointment of David McMillan, Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Farnsworth.
No.
Regent Farnsworth votes no. Regent Hipsch.
Yes.
Regent Hipsch votes yes. Regent Johnson.
Yes.
Regent Johnson votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent Rocha.
No.
Regent Rocha votes no. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Regent Tauyerabe.
Yes.
Regent Tauyerabe votes yes. Regent Verhalen.
Yes.
Regent Verhalen votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes.
Right, by a vote of 9-2, that motion is approved. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for a good discussion. All right, Given,
Paul, would you entertain a very short restroom break?
that is an absolutely excellent idea. We're going to take.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short 10-minute recess.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 25 past the hour.
Different places. Her and I, that's our 50. You got last night again? You ready? We were on,
Okay, you ready to go?
getting out of shape.
Okay. We've got Cody, we're missing James, Jenny. Important. All right. Given this appointment decision that we've just made appointing David McMillan as interim chancellor, I now propose that we turn to terms of his employment agreement. I want to acknowledge that it is unusual for the Board of Regents to be involved with terms of employment agreement for an interim chancellor, but I think it's important that the board address this topic for a couple of reasons. You know, one, just the narrative that's surrounded this decision, I think warrant that we get this resolved today. And second, I do think it is best that the board discuss and determine the terms of the contract in full public view. So to facilitate this conversation, you're all now receiving a copy of a proposed term sheet for this position. And I'd like to highlight two provisions. The first is salary, and you see there's some comparable salaries and some ranges. You know, on the one hand, I am mindful that UMD is the largest of the system campuses. On the other hand, Mr. McMillan would be a new chancellor and in an interim position. And so with that in mind, the motion and the term sheet would propose a salary of $250,000 per year. For context, this is the same starting salary as each of the system chancellors received in their first year. The second is a $25,000 per year housing allowance. Each of our system campus chancellors receives a housing allowance, and this is the same that is currently received by the outgoing Duluth chancellor. As you'll see, if these terms were unacceptable to Mr. McMillan when he's presented with the contract, the matter would return to the board for further discussion. So those are the proposed parameters, and I'm introducing this as a resolution. And Regent Swiggum.
Mr. Chairman, I think to be proper, we should move the resolution first to get it before us.
Yeah.
I move the resolution.
Second.
Okay. Speaking to the resolution just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, please.
Members, I understand that what before you is not really an in-depth contract. To have it in half a page of white paper, it's not exactly an in-depth contract that you would normally see. But as Mr. Kenyana said, Regent Kenyana said earlier, it's not always it's sometimes different situations that have to take place. It's not always the norm that takes place. So you will see that the contract's very specifically 250,000. It's far less than the current chancellor is making at Duluth, far less. I think that responds to Regent Rocha's comment of about 35 minutes ago when you said significant cost savings. We usually come with interim positions or something of that nature, significant cost savings. We were not able to get this drafted earlier because of significant controversies that were going on and responses we had to be making time-wise to emails and Twitters and things like that. But secondly, and most importantly, want to do this open and public for everybody to know and see. And have your approval of this. I guess generally in a process with an interim chancellor, the president wouldn't even have to bring it to us as far as the choice or the contract. That's my understanding. And notice that the 250,000, as stated by Regent Powell, is similar to all the other chancellors at all the other institutions that we have at the starting base. Far less than the current chancellor, far less than what the market would demand if you look at the market rates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Regent Swiggum. Others who want to speak to Regent Farnsworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't expecting this at all today, so I am not above saying thanks that this, draft employment agreement is in front of us. I think this is a really important part of our process. It was something that I spoke about earlier in my remarks as being uncomfortable that we didn't have. So, well surprised. I am glad that we have this because I think this makes the process better. And I would presume that copies of these are over there for the public or online somewhere as well. So we're not just the ones physically seeing it, but I'm looking forward to listening to other colleagues' thoughts on this, but I felt that since I brought this up previously, that I would return and express appreciation that, well, as Regent Sviggum put it, not a complete contract. This is a good step and makes the process better. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Regent Farnsworth. Others who want to speak to this proposal? Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. So, and this goes to Regent Sviggum's comment about the cost savings. So in the Morris case a year ago, with the appointment of the internal candidate, the vice chancellor, how did that work in terms of the cost to the institution? Was that individual given a bump in compensation for the additional responsibility as the interim? Was another person brought in to backfill the vice chancellor position? What are the cost implications of that appointment?
I'm not sure who here is in a position to answer that question. Perhaps General Counsel or SVP Fran, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be helpful. Also, traditionally, and this is kind of an unusual circumstance because typically when we have an academic leadership or administrative appointment, they're coming from an academic leadership position to move into a chancellorship, whether internal or external. And so what their previous compensation was. I have no idea what our former colleagues' income is. I don't believe he's employed right now. So I don't, to be able to measure that and so on the compensation part itself, I was actually prepared to suggest that some kind of percentage. We've got some folks that are instructing on the UMD campus for $42,000 a year as instructors, which is it's pretty tough to live on that. And in solidarity and in concert with then Regent McMillan's statement to me that this was just about helping the institution, I felt that we might be more aggressive in being able to provide this leadership at a more reasonable, at a lower value. I'll just two comments in relation to that. I'm a bit of a victim of my experience. When I served on the board in the 90s, a gentleman named Win Wallen came in and on a voluntary basis put in an incredible amount of work on our academic health center in trying to help steer that right in a very challenging time. And I wasn't sure if that's maybe where Mr. McMillan was moving on this, that he was going to come in and as he has volunteered time for 11 years as a regent, perhaps that was going to be the case. But I'm without going any more into the actual dollar amount, I do appreciate it's lower than these amounts, but for most Minnesotans, this is a very substantial salary. Plus, it will come with some longer term benefits in terms of retirement and so on. And as a former colleague, and this is why I think it's exceedingly rare, as in never happened here before, of a regent stepping down and asking former colleagues to appoint them to in this case, $250,000 a year position on an annual basis. I was elected in 1989 with a gentleman by the name of Alan Page. Regent Page stepped down from the board to pursue, a seat on the Minnesota Supreme Court and was elected in 92 and appointed to the court or sworn in 1993. And from 1993 to 2015, any case that involved the University of Minnesota before the Supreme Court, Regent, then Justice Page would recuse himself because he didn't want any chance that people felt that he was administering on behalf of the public in his own interest or a biased interest that he had from a previous obligation. And so, perhaps it's that or other parts of my background where I'm very, very rigid about these kinds of things. I don't believe that I can properly vote in favor of a substantial contract in this context for a colleague with whom we just served a matter of weeks ago. So I will not be supporting it, but I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, that you brought it forward and are conducting this analysis in the open this way, as opposed to just simply entering a contract in the dark of night. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Verhalen.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I wanted to address just a couple of things and my thoughts on this. I really do appreciate this being put in front of us so that we have some guardrails for purposes of the negotiation and discussion with Mr. McMillan, to be Chancellor McMillan, I guess, based on our prior motion. Apologies for the mix up there. And I would like to say that to Regent Rocha's question about whether he's employed, in the resume that Mr. McMillan submitted with his application and is available attached to Myron's memo and available to the public, he is employed right now. He has a business right now, a going concern. But more importantly, the guardrails that are within this agreement are well below market for this type of position and the position we're expecting him to take on. And I think are appropriate, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Other comments? Seeing none, let's call the roll on this contract proposal.
Terms of employment, Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Farnsworth.
No.
Regent Farnsworth votes no. Regent Hipsch.
Yes.
Regent Hipsch votes yes. Regent Johnson.
Yes.
Votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent Rocha.
No.
Regent Rocha votes no. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Regent Tauyarabe.
Yes.
Regent Tauyarabe votes yes. Regent Verhalen.
Yes.
Regent Verhalen votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes.
All right. 9 in favor of the motion to approve these terms as outlined in the documents you have before you. To know that motion carries and is approved. All right, we'll move on to the next item now. Item 6, action on policy changes related to the MPACT 2025 Capital Financing Program. As we discussed in the June Finance and Operations Committee meeting, the policy, governance, and oversight of this program will be established in board policy. So our action today will be to adopt proposed amendments to Board of Regents policy, debt transaction. Since there have been some clarifying changes to the proposed amendments since they were presented in June, I'd like to ask Senior Vice President Myron France and Associate Vice President Mike Volna to walk us through the changes before we have a motion and a discussion. So Senior Vice President France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Spigum, and members of the board. So today we bring you back for action on our policy and governance recommendations, as Chair Powell said. This is for our new MPACT 2025 Long-Term Capital Financing Program. Now, as you will all recall, in June, when we had the discussion at the Finance and Operations Committee, we reviewed the proposed revisions to the Board of Regents policy, and we believe that these provide the necessary framework for the governance and oversight of the program by this board. Today, we're recommending 2 small but important changes to the draft policy to address the questions and comments we received from you in June. Associate Vice President Mike Volna will now highlight those proposed changes for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Vice President. Mr. Volna.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Senior Vice President France. Members of the board, in your board materials, you will find a revised draft of the Board of Regents policy debt transactions, which we will be calling debt transactions and long-term capital financing programs. As mentioned, we have 2 small but important changes that have been made. They're in your materials. I will just briefly highlight and cover that for you. The first change occurs in Article 3, Section 1, Subdivision 2. We added, this refers, let me back up, that refers to the principal repayment reserve, which will be invested in the endowment. We added language to indicate that the investment of the principal repayment reserve will comply with Board of Regents policy endowment fund, since that's where the investments will occur. The second changes are in Article 3, Section 1, Subdivision 4. These edits are intended to clarify that the strategies for investing the bond proceeds, once the bonds have been issued but are awaiting use, will be guided by the principles and parameters set forth by various board policies. The language in Article 3, Section 2, Subdivision 1 of the draft policy provides guidance and guardrails on the nature of investments and investing strategy. So we've added a reference in Article 3, Section 1, Subdivision 4A to refer to that part of the policy. Additionally, we've added a reference to Board of Regents policy investment functions. You may recall that in May, the board took action to authorize the Office of Investments in Banking to invest the bond proceeds from the $500 million sale. This addition to the language will codify and clarify that the Office of Investments in Banking has the authority, in fact, to invest bond proceeds. So with that, we stand ready for questions.
Okay, thanks for that overview. And before we discuss, is there a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to Board of Regents policy debt transaction? Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved and seconded. Thank you. Moved and seconded. While we're waiting for questions and comments, maybe I'll jump in with a quick and first one. My understanding from our last discussion, the good questions that arose from the board and these clarifications that you've just made now, we align really almost perfectly with already existing policies governing, financial and debt management at the university. Am I correct in that interpretation?
Chair Powell, members of the board, there's a high level of alignment, no question about it. And what we've done in this policy is try and capture and point to where those alignments occur with other policies.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, I don't see any. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Mr. Volna, thank you so much for your super hard work on this. I think it's really, really positive for the university, and we're grateful that we've been able to get this up and running. It's really going to serve us well. So thank you, team. This is really good. Thank you so much. Okay. Next on the agenda is review and action on the resolution related to 2047 University Investment LLC Real Estate Partnership. Before I invite our presenters to join us, I want to note that Regent Verhalen has recused herself from this item. She will leave the Zoom meeting room now and will return when we've concluded this item. To provide us with an overview are Vice President Mike Bertelsen, Associate Vice President Mike Volna, Assistant Vice President Leslie Kruger, and Greg Brown, Senior Associate General Counsel. Wow, thanks to all of you for being here. Please, I don't know who's going to go first. Oh, there you go. Vice President Bertelsen, why don't you kick us off?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Today, we're presenting for your review and action a resolution to authorize the administration to negotiate final terms to acquire the full ownership of the 2407 University Investment LLC and to issue debt for its financing. In our presentation, we'll outline the scope and rationale for the business plan, the history of the LLC, the terms of the proposed transaction, and the proposed resolution. In short, this is a strategic opportunity for the university to control and advance its mission and its vision for the eastern border of the campus in Minneapolis as a center of innovation that has been reviewed with the board as part of prior presentations regarding the East Gateway development by the foundation and the recently adopted Twin Cities Campus Master Plan. The university has had a long-standing interest in acquiring this property because of its proximity to the Twin Cities campus. When the property was last offered for sale in 2013, the university bid, but United Properties was a successful winner of that bid. The two organizations then agreed to collaborate and jointly own and redevelop the property through the LLC, with the university controlling 49% interest and United Properties controlling 51% interest. The proposal before you is for the university to buy United Properties 51% equity and to take sole control of the LLC to be funded with $7.6 million of commercial paper. This provides the university with the ability to ensure that any future development is done with the university's best interest and is done with maximum coordination and non-competition with the foundation's development of the adjacent East Gateway developments. Though the transaction is about acquiring the equity stake of the LLC does own real property located at 2407 and 2425 University Avenue, which includes 2.36 acres of land. The LLC also owns and operates the 130-room Days Hotel on the site and leases 5,000 square feet of commercial building to the privately run Tea House. In the immediate future, both of these businesses will continue to operate. In the longer term, both will be replaced by newer development, which is anticipated to include mixed use including an innovation center for business and research, hotel rooms, retail, housing, and parking.
Thank you. I wasn't quite sure how I'd segue into this. So I wanted to give you a bit more background and context for the proposed transaction, so to get us up to speed where we are today. The university entered into a P3 with United Properties in 2013, a joint venture, if you will, to redevelop this site. The vehicle that was used was an LLC. As you read in your background materials, the university and the United Properties capitalized the LLC at $4 million initially. That capitalization was approved by the Board of Regents at its December 2013 meeting. If you think about where we started, which is in 2013, the Board of Regents authorized the capitalization, $4 million. The board also authorized the university to lend to the LLC an additional $8.7 million, giving it about $12.75 in cash. That money then was used, $11.3 million, to purchase the property that's at issue here. It's 2407 and 2425, if I recall correctly. The LLC was structured such that United Properties was the controlling member. Not only did it hold the majority of the equity, it held 51% of the equity, it also had the right under the member controlled and operating agreement to appoint a majority of the Board of Governors, 3 of the 5, the university having the right to appoint 2 of the 5. And importantly, United Properties was also appointed the managing member of the LLC. So it had day-to-day operational control of the LLC. So it was managing the LLC. It was also managing the relationship with the tenant for the restaurant and the hotel. So the university, however, had members on the board, so it was participating in management, but it was not in control. And importantly, what the university had were rights to have voice in the affairs of the LLC and also veto certain action. There are certain things the LLC could not do without the approval of the university through its representative on the Board of Governors, if you would. So the LLC was created for a sole purpose. It was a basic single purpose entity. It was to buy, operate, redevelop the parcel. That's also laid out in its member control and operating agreement, so it was very limited in what it could do. It has done that since 2014. And I believe there's more detail in your materials about how profitable those activities were, but bring us forward. During the past few years, there have been serious discussions about the redevelopment of the property. And what you have now is the administration's proposal to you that the university assumes sole control of the LLC by purchasing United Properties interests, and by doing that also assume control over the operation of the property and the redevelopment of it in the future. So with that said, I'd like to turn to Assistant Vice President Krieger, who will now, I apologize, Associate Vice President Volna.
All right, thank you, Senior Associate General Counsel, and over to you, Vice President Volna.
Thank you very much. So members of the board, I'd like to talk for a few minutes about the transaction itself and how we propose to finance it. As Greg said, university owns 49% already, and we propose to buy 51% of the LLC, which is United Properties portion of the ownership. We've agreed upon a price of $7.6 million. The valuation that we used for arriving at that price is a method that is typically used for valuing businesses rather than valuing real estate transactions. So we're essentially acquiring the securities that represent the net equity in the LLC from United Properties. That price, if approved today, that price will be subject to due diligence and may be adjusted at closing, depending on what we find during our due diligence efforts. A little bit about the hotel itself. From 2016 through 2021, the hotel has generated positive operating cash flows every year except 2020, the first year of the pandemic. For the current year that we are in now, the hotel is through 5 months of activity, and the hotel has generated year-to-date earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization of positive $99,000 on net revenue of about $802,000. It has generated a net loss after taxes, depreciation, and interest of negative $81,000. And it has a modest negative cash flow from operations of $44,000 outflow. It's important for you to understand that if you approve this transaction, the university's total net investment in the property will be about $17.3 million. And that consists of the $1.96 million we put in at the beginning for our 49% share, the remaining outstanding balance on the loan, which we will assume, which is about $7.75 million as of July 1, and the $7.6 million that we will pay for United Properties' 51% share. In terms of how we propose to finance the transaction, as Vice President Bertelsen said, we propose to use taxable commercial paper to fund the proceeds because it's the most economical and the most available and the most flexible source of funding that we have right now. You'll note that the resolution provides for issuance of up to $8 million, which provides us with leeway, depending on what we find in due diligence, to actually be able to fund the price at closing. However, it's important to note that we do not intend to issue $8 million unless $8 million would be the closing price. We will only issue what is needed for closing. It's also important for you to know that in June of 2021, the board authorized the administration to issue up to $50 million of commercial paper, which at that time was intended to finance an operating loan for Gopher Athletics. If the 2407 acquisition is approved, we would use $8 million of that $50 million authorization since the bond documents are all established that way and stuff, we would use that authorization to fund the $8 million. At this point, we only have $21.5 million of the $50 million issued, so there is capacity within that authorization. Finally, the administration has already assembled a team for the due diligence, and we've already begun meeting. And we will be going through a fairly thorough due diligence process prior to closing to ensure that the price we pay is fair and reasonable. With that, I'll turn it over.
All right, Vice President, I think we're going on to Assistant Vice President Krieger now.
Yes, as AVP Volna noted, if the board approves the recommended resolution that is before you today, the administration will execute the letter of intent with United Properties and immediately take the following 3 steps. We will advance the due diligence in earnest. We will begin drafting the membership interest purchase agreement, and we will advance the preparations for the transition to full ownership of the LLC and the management of the property. We will report back to the board following this closing. Because the 2407 joint venture conducted more traditional real estate due diligence at the time of acquisition, And because we have been co-owners of the company since that time, we will be pursuing a hybrid approach to our due diligence, tailoring the process to the acquisition of the company that owns the property, focusing on the detailed review of the company balance sheet and contracts, as well as any specific real estate updates that we deem necessary. This due diligence work will then fold into the transition planning process so that the university will be fully prepared to assume membership and ownership of the 2407 University Investment LLC and the managing member responsibilities previously held by United Properties. And this concludes our presentation, and thank you for this consideration of this strategic opportunity for the university to further control and advance our interests in this area of campus.
All right, well, thank you for the overview. Before we turn to questions and discussion, is there a motion to approve the resolution related to 2047 University Investment Real Estate Partnership?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Let's turn to discussion. Regent Mayron.
I'll just be brief. I'm very excited about this transaction and what it can do for the work with the East Gateway. I'm thrilled with it and will support it.
Thank you, Regent Mayron. Others, Regent Hitch.
Yeah, I concur with Regent Mayron. I'm all in favor of this. I think it's very strategic for the university, and I think we should pursue this, and it's a good investment based on the appraisals.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment, I have for decades now been a big supporter of the university having control of property in its sphere, because we haven't had the luxury of other institutions to expand into unoccupied space. And so I think that's a very good thing. I would certainly, as we go forward with the plan, to the extent that we have the ability, keeping in mind the public safety considerations that are significant right now, would be very important. I do want to say, Mr. Brown, it's always a pleasure to see you. One of the faces that have been around here about as long as I have. So
Thank you, Regent Rocha.
very nice to see you. Question real quick. I'm trying to understand, we've seen some of these deals in the past, and some have been proposed that we haven't moved forward. I tend to be pretty defensive of the university having a controlling interest of our resources, of our assets. And so I love that we're moving into that position here. But in the early stages, I see that the dollar amount that was put forward was 49.51, right? Kind of this $4 million chunk. And then we took on the risk of the loan secured by the property. So we felt pretty good that that was going to be okay. But a member of the public might say, well, why isn't that shared? Why wouldn't the other folks take the 51% risk and so on? Trying to understand now, and I'm sure you explained it and I just missed it. But as for the purchase price to move into this position, what happens to the loan? What happened? I mean, I presume that we would sort of be, as it's our 49% asset pending this deal, 49% of the outstanding balance would really be our obligation against our owned asset, and 51 would be theirs. How exactly is that being treated in the process of this? Are we just taking on the full amount now as the full owner? Is there any money going toward it? How exactly does that work? Because otherwise it would look like a $2.04 million investment by our partners turned into this, fairly substantial payment in return. Maybe that's the market over this amount of time. I just would like to make sure that I understand that the good folks of our state are getting our money's worth.
Regent Rocha, so the math that we use is in an equity type situation is you take all of the assets on the balance sheet of the organization, you subtract all of the liabilities, and then you take what's left, and that's the net equity, and then you multiply that 5149. So because the loan is on the books of the entity as a liability, it is subtracted, and so we are paying United Properties less than we would if that wasn't on the books of the LLC. So they are taking a haircut for their share of the loan. Now on our books, we will consider what we've got into it as part of the investment in the entity, and we will make ourselves whole as we redevelop the property and we recoup it through either restructuring with a partner or income from whatever property we build or whatever.
Mr. Chair, if I just follow. So so I understand, turned out pretty well for us too then, right? I mean, when you look at the book value anyway, our 1.96 has now turned into 6 and change or something to that effect, subject to all this additional, very good. I appreciate it and look forward to the program moving forward.
So Regent Rocha, the way I think about it is if, as I said, we will have about 17.3 million total into this. We are getting a piece of real estate valued conservatively at $22 million. It is a good deal for us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving this transaction, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion is approved. All right, two things. First of all, in just a second, we're going to take a lunch break, which I know cheers all of us. But I also want to note that we're running behind and we're going to defer the athletics annual report to a future meeting so that we can finish in some semblance of timing today. But for now, we'll take a lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1:30 and I think sandwiches in the back room. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We'll move now to item 8, which is a discussion of public safety planning for the upcoming academic year. Leading us in this discussion will be President Gable and Senior Vice President France. President Gable, over to you to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Spigum, and members of the board. So the last few years have been extraordinary, challenging in so many different ways. Not the least of which is to our sense of safety in every sense of that word. We've made many reports to you about how we're addressing both the way many of our community members feel and also the way we've seen crime go up across the country and in our city, and in particular, the concerning shortages of available police officers and what that means in our community. We have heard very clearly from our community, both on campus and parents and alums who live in the neighborhoods or who themselves lived in those neighborhoods when they were students or have their own children there. And I'm grateful to everyone who's reached out to us, to me personally and to our team for sharing your concerns. I'm very grateful to everyone who came to the Public Safety Forum on Monday night, either in person or online. And I mentioned this morning, but just because different people would be listening now than might have been listening then, I want to very briefly explain that my office set up that meeting. That meeting wouldn't have happened if we hadn't scheduled it. But to get all of those people in the room at the same time is not easy, and we were very committed to doing it before the next board meeting. The commitment that I had on Monday night, I made months ago, and so I announced when we announced the meeting that I would be on Zoom. I was there for half of the meeting. But I watched the video and I certainly hear what everyone said during the meeting, that the feedback from that meeting is very much informing the presentation that you're going to hear today. I also want to share, and I've said this before, but I really think it's important, that I'm a mother too. I have college-age children too, who live in a metropolitan campus also. So this is not an arm's length thing. This is not something that I don't care about either in my role as the president of the university or my role as a human being with a soul who would want everyone to live in a safe community and feel safe in that community. The safety of our community is the top priority of our administration. So Senior Vice President Myron Franz will highlight several things in a few moments, but I want to give some overview here. I mentioned some of this on Monday night, but I'll share it again. Over the last 2 years, system-wide, we've invested more than $60 million new dollars to meet our community's safety commitments. And earlier this year, we asked the legislature for $100 million more in supplemental funding. And as you know, we did not receive it. Our investments and our legislative requests are directly a part of the strategic plan. Safety has always been a part of the strategic plan, and our strategic steps to address crime, including the work we've undertaken to hire new officers, hire safety ambassadors, social workers, community liaisons, some of the infrastructure deterrents like blue lights or enhanced lighting and the Rave Escort app. It is very expensive to do things like address challenging issues at properties adjacent to campus, like the concerns we've discussed at 1721. It is very difficult for us to provide patrols off campus with our own officers who've been doing it on overtime for a really long time now, which is not a sustainable model. It is important to us, and as we clearly described, and as our whole community heard from the Minneapolis Police Department, that despite a very strong statement back in May of 2020, we've never stopped working with the Minneapolis Police Department. We've never, well, we couldn't defund them, and we never suggested that they should be, and we never defunded UMPD. In fact, we've increased our investment with them the whole time. All of these investments are because they need to happen. We just want to make sure that it's clear that we know that and that that is the strategy that we're undertaking today. To this end, I want to acknowledge and thank Senior Vice President Franz and Chief Matt Clark, every member of UMPD. They are working incredibly hard. They're totally committed to this, and they have important news to share. You'll also hear, when you hear from Senior Vice President Franz, about our path here, our current situation, where we're going, and you'll hear about the most important outcome of the town hall input that we needed in order to finish out, really round out our Gopher safety strategy, which is a 4-goal effort. First goal is to make sure that we're always prepared for on-campus crime. As you know, we've been doing really well with that. On-campus crime has been flat or down all this time. That we are in the best position to be productive support for off-campus work. That we have the right policies and practices in place so that everyone feels safe and there is appropriate equity, diversity, inclusion, and justice in the way in which we do our work. Those are not mutually exclusive. One can reflect that they serve an entire community while responding to emergencies and crime. That is the commitment that we have as a university police force and a university in general. And then we want to make sure we enhance our communications so that frustration over a lack of information doesn't occur. So we're going to establish measures in a dashboard just like we have for all of our other attributes of our strategic plan. And one of the main things we're going to do in order to help make all of this happen is we've established a President's Strategic Safety Advisory Committee. It's made up of a wide range of university stakeholders. There are representatives also from the city of Minneapolis. Senior Vice President Franz will walk you through that in a moment. So members of the board, the steps we've taken, the ones that we're going to take, have always put the safety of our students, staff, and faculty first, both on campus and in the neighborhoods surrounding our campus. And that is the lens we use as we implement each and every one of these steps. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Senior Vice President Franz to continue the presentation.
Very good. Thank you, President Gable. Senior Vice President Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Madam President. As President Gable started off talking about the last 2 years, I'm going to talk a lot about the last month. There's been a lot that's happened and there's a lot that we're proposing. So there's a lot to cover today. That's my polite way of saying relax, and we have a lot to go through here. So first of all, excuse me, the safety of our students, faculty and staff and neighbors who live, study, and work on and near our campus is a critically important factor for a thriving university. We know that. Safety, security, and support are woven throughout the commitments of the university's strategic plan, Impact 2025. Among those commitments, you see commitments of visible commitments in Commitment 4, Community and Belonging, and Commitment 5, Fiscal Stewardship. Over the past several years, safety has been a critical focus. Now, part of what we're trying to do, obviously, is to keep students, faculty, staff, and visitors safe amidst COVID, and also trying to support our collective well-being during this time of civil unrest. And now we've invested in the last 2 years, we've invested over $60 million in our safety infrastructure and security processes here at the university. As President Gable mentioned, we did not receive the requested $100 million in funding from the state for our infrastructure, safety, and security proposals, both for personnel and infrastructure. The absence of that state support will slow the pace of what we're trying to do, but nonetheless, we must continue on. Safety, as we've both mentioned, is a top priority. I want to review a little bit about what we've done and also about what we're doing right now to implement some of these initiatives. But in particular, I want to focus on what we're going to do going forward that supports the new Gopher safety strategy. So let me just briefly describe a few things that we think are important to take note of at this point. And that is the fact that our work is always guided by Impact 2025. We always are worried about student success. We're worried about student community and belonging. We want to make sure that we can rely on an environment where students, staff, and visitors feel safe on and around campus. One element of the strategic plan requires us to develop a plan to assess and improve campus safety. We issued the plan last December, and now we are working with each campus to draft their own campus safety plans that will be ready by the end of this year. The overall safety plan lays a foundation of transforming the university in terms of the culture, the policies, and the practices to foster a safe climate on and near our campus. The individual campus plans will drive a deeper and very specific infrastructure and put paper actions and tactics into each campus to help us achieve our safety goals. The Impact 2025 Safety Plan incorporates broader efforts also that have been started by the Office for Equity and Diversity, by the MSAFE Implementation Committee, by the Senate Safety Committee, by Student Affairs, and other campus safety initiatives. We've gained additional insights over the last several years through the engagement with students, student governance groups, local businesses, and local residential communities. As each one of these campuses develop their particular safety plan, they will continue engaging and consulting with all appropriate resources. Now, our safety plans incorporate and build on insight that we all received from Dr. Cedric Alexander, who facilitated conversations with our community, and then he shared his findings with the university, with this board in February 2021. As you will recall, Dr. Alexander's report offered dozens of proposed recommendations across 8 broad categories, some of which we were able to work immediately to implement. In other areas, we've been able to closely examine and work on implementing those recommendations going forward. But part of that process, President Gable formed the MSAFE implementation team as recommended by Dr. Alexander. That team was co-led by co-chairs Kathy Quick, Associate Professor at the Humphrey School of Public Affairs, and Mylene Colbreth, the former Director of Equity and Strategy and Consulting for the Graduate School Diversity Office. And the team included students, faculty, staff, and alumni. We sincerely appreciate the incredible amount of work that the MSAFE co-chairs, the MSAFE subcommittee leaders, members of the MSAFE implementation committee, and all those who participated in MSAFE's work. We commend the committee members for the immense amount of time and effort they spent reviewing Dr. Cedric Alexander's report, prioritizing his recommendations, and suggesting ways to implement them. The committee did an excellent job connecting our aspirations and our actions at the university. Now, following the MSAFE Implementation Committee's fulfillment of its charge, we now have moved into the operational stage to continue to make progress and build on the suggestions and overall strategies. The administration's formal response to the MSAFE report is included in your docket materials. This report outlines how the Office of Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations will work with the Campus Safety Committee and in consultation with our governing bodies will provide ongoing attention to this work. This approach aligns with the PEAK initiative. Going forward, we will make sure that the work performed and completed by those who are responsible for it as part of their jobs. One element of the MSAFE report recommends continued coordination with the City of Minneapolis. The university has made it clear we are committed to supporting Minneapolis with the challenges they encounter, especially in communities immediately surrounding our campus. For example, when the property at 1721 University Avenue became a problem, the university coordinated with the city to help address that problem and the crime there. Since our update on this problem property last month, we now have some new information to report and status update on what's happened there. First of all, the crime at the property has ceased. The property owner's lodging and boarding license has been suspended by the city. The owners have received a notice of default on their loan. If the defaults on the loan are not fully cured by July 14, the lender, University of Minnesota Foundation Real Estate Advisors, may exercise their rights provided by the loan, which could include foreclosure of the mortgage. We are reviewing our other eminent domain legal options. UMPD lighting and cameras remain placed near that property. UMPD routinely checks the property as part of the security measures in place. and university staff are gathering victim impact statements from residents of neighboring properties to submit to the city of Minneapolis in any future proceedings regarding licensing. We will continue to explore options to influence the safe operation of property into the future, and we will keep you and all stakeholders advised of our progress. This last week, Monday, as President Gable mentioned, we had a very productive safety forum where the president, the UMPD Chief Clark, and myself joined Mayor Fry and MPD Interim Chief Huffman to provide updates on what we're doing in the city and in the university campus and those areas around Safety Campus, and to hear, frankly, our community's concerns and questions. I want to thank you to the board members who attended the forum. I personally was moved by the comments from parents Monday night. I sincerely appreciate the open and honest discussion. We have pledged to continue having ongoing discussions, and I look forward to making progress together with those concerned parents, and we'll have more information about that in just a moment. But one of the things we wanted to do today is really to unveil what do we want to do going forward? What is the plan going forward? And this is part of our new Gopher strategy, safety strategy. And as the president mentioned, there are 4 goals. The first one is to make sure that we keep on-campus crime down, or we control on-campus crime. One of the ways to do that, obviously, is increasing our Department of Public Safety staffing. President Gable has authorized 10 new community service officers to provide additional uniform presence on campuses during peak times. We have also approved increasing the number of authorized officers we have from 61 to 66 in 2022 and from 66 to 71 in 2023. This will allow us to eventually have 5 UMPD officers on patrol 24/7. Now we have to fill those positions. One of the ways that we're going to do that as quickly as possible is to hire a new dedicated recruiter just for public safety engagement to work as a recruiter, an engagement officer, and a mentor to help engage in the community of those folks we think we can market and get new cadets from. This recruiter will be in the community building relationships with different constituencies in the community, and they'll help new recruits navigate the hiring process. We're also dedicating one HR staff specifically to keeping the HR process moving as quickly as possible. As we all know, HR sometimes has a lot of processes and policies, as it should, but we just want to make sure that we can continue as much as possible to keep those processes moving, so that when we get a recruit, we're able to make that determination and bring them on board as quickly as possible. We also want to support DPS recruitment and retention. In order to hire the best talent to fill our new and open positions and to keep the talent that we have, we need to compete with other police departments around the Twin Cities. The Twin Cities metro area, different jurisdictions are attracting candidates, and so we need to be mindful that we're in a very competitive marketplace right now. To do this, we're offering UMPD retention bonuses, providing specialized training, and considering additional benefits that we can include in future labor negotiations with our partners in the unions. We've added 2 new UMPD police positions to help provide officers with more support and additional leadership in the department. We also took time just about a month ago to celebrate the Department of Public Safety's 75th anniversary, and we presented several awards to the DPS staff, including 2 life-saving awards, a commendation award, Officer of the Year, Security Member of the Year, and Dispatcher of the Year. Really critical components to having an environment where we recognize and support those folks out there doing the hard work. Let me talk a little bit about cameras. You've heard us talk about this before. We have a lot of cameras. We have 3,500 security cameras on the Twin Cities campus alone, over 4,600 system-wide. They're monitored 24 hours a day, but we need to upgrade and add to those and be more strategic about where some of those are located. That was part of the rationale for the request of the legislature, but we're going to continue to work on that. A lot of that requested state funding would have gone for the infrastructure to control access, to have better lighting, to have better camera control over the buildings. Because once you can do that, you can free up officers' time to be more available to people in need. We've added 7 blue light 911 phone towers with video monitoring to the Twin Cities campus perimeter. As I mentioned, lighting, we're continuing to work on lighting wherever we can to make sure all the corridors are extremely well lit. The campus map shows where we have pedestrian lighting added, and we're trying to make sure we keep up with that. Last year, we added 2 new light towers in and around Dinkytown. These are mobile units that are moved around in certain areas to help in some of those more dark regions of Dinkytown where people are walking and there's not adequate street lighting. And as Mayor Fry mentioned and Interim Chief Huffman said, we're continuing to work on plans to expand and enhance the lighting around Dinkytown in general. On goal number 2 is to support off-campus crime reduction. I've been talking about on-campus crime reduction, but we need to, and we've listened to the parents, we need to think as well about off-campus crime reduction. One of the things that I remember the parents mentioned, but one of the things we've been talking about as well is how to advocate for traffic flow enhancements. Because the streets surrounding campus are governed by cities and counties, we are working with local officials to consider the use of traffic management tools and barriers to encourage safe pedestrian traffic and to deter unsafe vehicle activities. That obviously requires a lot of coordination with the city and the county. We also want to evaluate the transportation and escort services and solutions we have for students. We currently offer the Gopher Chauffeur, which provides free, safe rides home for all University of Minnesota Twin Cities students, as well as 624 Walk. That's a service that provides free walking and vehicle escorts to students, staff, faculty, and visitors. We would also, today, the board approved as part of the consent agenda, the Universal Transit Pass for the future that will be implemented this fall, which will provide students with another access to transportation. We're going to continue to study this. We know that on the UMD campus, for example, one of the solutions they've come up with is providing discounted Lyft rides for students in certain situations. So we need to be nimble and continue to consider other options. We want to review the Safe U alert geography. We've all heard about this, where parents and students and other folks are concerned about when do they get a Safe U announcement. As this board knows, the Clery Act that we follow provides the jurisdictional outlines for the notification of Clery reports about crime. Chief Clark and I have discussed this, and one of the things we want to engage in with the community are there ways that we could expand some of that territory, because it is an artificial line. I mean, the Clery Act requires higher education institutions to notify people when there's been criminal activity or there's a problem with safety, and that's clearly we clearly, I don't mean to use that as a pun, but we have to do that all the time. But there is a potential for us to expand that geography. The problem becomes having the resources to make sure that we can get those notices out when they occur. And as we know, every time you draw the line, it's like, well, what about the next block? And what about the block after that? So it's not a simple exercise, but we think by sitting down with the folks in the community, we can maybe come up with some suggestions that might help deal with the concern about Dinkytown. Lighting and cameras. We know lighting is just one element of a comprehensive safety program, and students and parents have expressed a need for more of that. So as I mentioned, we're working with businesses and the city officials to improve lighting in Dinkytown. We're working with non-university property owners. We would like to add some of our blue light phone towers with cameras off campus in the Dinkytown area through a cooperation with those business folks who are willing to do that. There's also a location we're considering near the Pillsbury Court, which is just a little bit to the west of Dinkytown itself. The blue lights are a great safety feature, and the towers provide that upgraded camera system. And one of the great things about that is once they're activated, you have a camera activated at that time. So it also provides operator and dispatch teams with high resolution images and really better intelligence during incidents that we might otherwise have. On the safety guide issue, you know that the university has retained block by block to have safety guides in the Dinkytown area. These provide wayfinding, escort, and safety services. This costs about $100,000 per year, and we'll need to renew it this fall. The Rave Guardian app has been used by some and available for all students, faculty, and staff to have a virtual escort for any registered community member. As you know, we've authorized UMPD overtime, and President Gable made the point quite accurately. You can only stretch that so far. I mean, people can only work so much in a week, but we've tried to continue to use that overtime for our officers to provide additional patrols in and around Dinkytown and other areas on nights and weekends in particular. We also want to make sure that we start creating more measures and dashboards so people can see what activity is going on and how effective that's being. Well, let me go to the third goal, and that is inclusive safety. As a university, we have a special obligation, I think, to make sure that our best practices really take into account equity, diversity, inclusion, and justice. And I think one of the things that we have done recently is for the Department of Public Safety currently invites campus partners to participate in the hiring process. And so we've been adding a new interest form to the DPS website to increase campus safety community involvement as we hire new police officers for the UMPD. DPS is implementing hiring practices that are intentional about equity and diversity. In particular, DPS participates in the Pathways to Policing program. This allows the department to hire individuals that have not taken the traditional path to becoming a police officer. Candidates are hired by departments and then put through a law enforcement training program and become officers at their departments at the conclusion of this Pathways program. Another thing we've done is enhance implicit bias training, and it's provided to all DPS staff annually. UMPD partners with People Incorporated to provide trauma-informed responsive training to officers. We also now provide more information about the training UMPD receives, as well as training they offer to students and staff, such as an active shooter situation and self-defense training. As I mentioned earlier, our community engagement team leads efforts to engage with students through the annual Student Summit in the spring and Leadership Summit in the fall. This is an opportunity for students to share their feedback, concerns, and ideas as they relate to DPS. We will also continue conducting the biannual safety survey to gather diverse viewpoints and use the results to inform our campus strategies. The community engagement team, UMPD, and administrative leaders consult regularly with the governing bodies of the university, including the Campus Safety Committee and the University Senate. Let me talk a little bit about MSAFE. One of the things we want to make sure that we engage in are the best practices surrounding mutual aid and weapons. Mutual aid, the university has a long benefit from assistance from other law enforcement agencies, especially during emergencies. As you may have heard, we had an explosion on the University Avenue several weeks ago that was related to some kind of gas in the sewer system that got ignited by a fire. Well, I had the opportunity to be there for a part of that with Chief Clark, and the cooperation we received from Minneapolis Police Department, Minneapolis Fire Department, first responders, the utility folks, the federal government were there. I mean, everyone was there as quickly as possible, and they performed very well to figure out what was happening and what kind of safety protocol we needed. But it's really that spirit of, if there's an emergency and something's needed, you need to respond to your neighbors. And we've had really good assistance from that point. One of the things I do want to mention, though, when we reciprocate to add for aid to other communities, we typically partner with law enforcement and public safety agencies by responding in a supporting role. UMD may provide emergency aid outside of our jurisdiction when our participation is vital to the life and safety of others. And other circumstances, including alignment with UMPD's mission, have been evaluated. So it's clear that we will take those into consideration in any emergency aid outside of our jurisdiction. UMPD will issue a notification of its participation in responding to any extraordinary event outside of its primary jurisdiction, including all large-scale events. The notification will detail the level of involvement, the scope of resources provided, and the duration of the service provided. This follows the Alexander recommendation 3.1.2 to clarify if and when UMPD officers are responding to incidents off campus and under what parameters. This transparency is designed to hold the university accountable to its goals of extending mutual aid in a manner consistent with its values. We've also established another area consistent with these values, and that is the body-worn camera program. All officers on campuses now have body cameras. A body-worn camera policy is posted on the DPS website. We have also clarified that all firearms issued to university police officers on the Duluth, Morris, and Twin Cities campuses are standard issue firearms for civilian police departments in Minnesota and are generally not considered military grade. University security staff do not carry firearms, and this plan calls for the hiring of 10 new community service officers. These officers will not carry firearms. As part of our regular operations and as required by UMPD policy, a review and report of use of weapons by UMPD officers along with use of force is conducted annually, and we have intended to share with the Campus Safety Committee of the University of Senate the results of that survey. Now, finally, the last area I want to cover is the goal under communication and transparency. Additional transparency and broad communication about the status and progress around these goals is not only a best practice, it also fulfills the recommendations from Dr. Alexander and the MSAFE Implementation Committee. We commit to providing updates as we reach milestones or complete specific initiatives. We also intend to post information about progress online, and we'll communicate actions through the Senior Vice President's safety email messages and other digital channels. We want to create measures and dashboards for people to be able to access. We want to evaluate all channels and distribute updates as best we can. We are focused on keeping students and their families informed. For example, we've amplified our campus safety message to the entire parent listserv. DPS participates in new student orientation with breakout sessions on safety for both incoming students and parents. The community engagement team attends events around campus and the surrounding communities. DPS meets regularly with public safety partners bi-monthly. The Student Summit, which is hosted by the DPS engagement team, was an event that connected students, student leaders, and organizations to listen and discuss their questions, comments, ideas, and concerns. We are launching a robust safety campaign this fall to build awareness of the safety resources and the activities that we offer. So all of our new students and new folks to the campus will know what's available, but also for those returning to be aware of what we have available. We're hiring a communications strategist who will be dedicated to providing more proactive communications related to safety. We will enhance the DPS YouTube channel, website, and marketing materials for students and the public with safety tips, safety resources, and more. Some web updates are complete and include more information on DPS statistics, policy and procedure, community comments, training, and more to allow the community to have a better view of what's going on at DPS. We've drafted a new DPS mission statement. The department will engage the community for feedback through the Student Summit and open comment through our website, social media, and various committees at the university. This spring, we launched a safety survey to gather feedback from students, and the survey closed in May, and the results will help us shape the policy about new public safety initiatives. One of the things also that we announced yesterday, President Gabel announced a new committee that will involve students, parents, faculty, staff, the city of Minneapolis, MPD, UMPD, and others to bring new solutions to us, different perspectives, and creative thinking to public safety challenges. We all in this community face these challenges together, particularly in these off-campus neighborhoods. Specifically, this group will be asked to bring forward priority actions that either the city or the university could undertake that could maintain a high level of safety on the Twin Cities campus while considering additional strategies for enhancing on-campus safety. To the greatest extent possible, we want to enhance public safety in Minneapolis, neighborhoods near campus. We want this committee to help advise us on that. We want them to help us maintain and promote exclusive safety both on and off campus. And we also want them to be able to communicate clearly the objective, the measures, and the results of public safety efforts on and near campus. We expect to issue the invitations to group members this week, and possibly hold the first meeting as early as next week, scheduling permitting. That's a lot. You know, our future plans really are trying to expand not only on the day-to-day and the strategic long-term, but we want to lean in, if you will, more on the president's mention of the Next Gen badge. You know, we've done a lot of work at this university on the Next Gen Med and the Next Gen Ag. And one of the things we want to do is to support and help develop workforce development needs in law enforcement and public safety. This initiative will meet a key recommendation from Dr. Cedric Alexander by reimagining criminal justice, training and education. And we could include an undergraduate or post-baccalaureate certificates, undergraduate degrees, and or advanced management education. As with our Next Gen programs, we will carefully consider the existing landscape, collaborate with other educational institutions as partners, and leverage both our unique expertise and the proprietary Google platform we are working on. This accelerated degree program could potentially align with the College of Liberal Arts, Sociology of Law, Criminology, and Justice program, and also serve our own workforce needs with the Department of Public Safety. We're excited about all the efforts that we are engaged in. We're concerned and make sure, and we want to make sure that we face the challenges that we heard about on Monday from our parents and neighbors. So we look forward to working on these programs. We look forward to your input and recommendations. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive report. While waiting, no wait required. Regent Hibsch.
Thanks, Chair Powell, and thank you for your presentation, Senior Vice President France. I guess my question relates to the last thing that you said on law officer training and education and kind of so it seems to me like the supply and demand of officers is really imbalanced right now. You know, we have a huge shortage, we have a lot of retirements. You know, this extends out into rural Minnesota, it extends into Minneapolis, and I think the crux of the problem is to pull off all of these functions, we're going to need officers, and so how much of an imbalance of the supply and demand of officers is there in the state of Minnesota, and how do we go about getting more if there's a serious imbalance? And how fast can we get those officers if we want to attract good kids into the profession, right? So seems like we're a few years away from getting a full staff, but I might be wrong.
Thanks, Regent Hibsch. SVP France.
Mr. Chair and Regent Hibsch, excellent questions. And it is a challenge. I mean, we are concerned about how quickly can we fill up to our authorized level. And so is the city of Minneapolis and every other jurisdiction in our area. The Twin Cities metropolitan area right now, there's a high degree of market, what's the word I want to use, scarcity of qualified officers, and the salaries are going up around in the different jurisdictions as they should, appropriately so. But nonetheless, you have to not only maintain a competitive salary, you have to make sure that you provide an atmosphere and a department that people want to come and work. And I think Chief Clark and the team have been doing a great job in that area. This is an investment for the future. You're absolutely right. And I think that's we need to both work on what can we do today, tonight, tomorrow, and to this next year. But this is one of those, if we don't start doing it now, it'll never get done. And we need to start the process where we engage, provide new opportunities. I mean, our colleagues and friends at Minnesota State Systems do a lot of different work. We don't want to do something competitive with that. We want to add to that and add new values to that. But we need to start that process now to really create that atmosphere to attract young people or new people. I shouldn't say just young people, maybe not me, but young people to the profession in a way that's rewarding. They see opportunities, they see advancement opportunities, they see respect. And so I think, I don't have a crystal ball to tell you when we're going to get to the number that we want, but it's not going to be this year, and it's probably not going to be next year. It's just going to take a while. And so I think that the key here is if we can put those pieces in place now, in the fairly soon future, we can start seeing some new people being added to the workforce. It is a statewide problem. You're right. And so, I mean, as much as we want to take care of our own UMPD department and get our officers there, we do, this program is designed to help the state of Minnesota, frankly, and our partners in greater Minnesota and in the Twin Cities. I think we believe that if we're going to support Chief Clark and the team at the Department of Public Safety, then we should do it completely. And that is not only, you know, giving them the resources today, but it's also building the future for them tomorrow. But I haven't really, I'm afraid, addressed some of your tougher questions.
Yeah. Follow up.
No, I just think like we're, some of our other, you know, out-state campuses, they might do well off offering an increased law enforcement program along with a mental health certificate or something that could go, you know, they can kind of be in the future of law enforcement, so.
All right, thank you. Regent Swiggum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senior VP Franz, thank you for moderating that meeting on Monday night. I think you did a really, really nice job.
Thank you.
Probably taking a couple of shots, which you didn't deserve. And President Gable probably took a couple of shots she didn't deserve as either. I know she was out in Harvard teaching a class. We're the Harvard of the Midwest here, I think.
That's right.
I'm very, very glad she was there. I stayed afterwards from the official meeting, which was completed about 6:30. I stayed to the end at about 7:35 or something of that nature to just listen. I was just listen. So I tried to listen to action items, Myron, that we could take. And in that last hour, right or wrong, good or bad, I marked down 3 action items that we could possibly consider taking that parents were bringing up. Now, I don't know if there's validity behind them, if it's reasonable or right or wrong. Just getting your response. And the first one is the Cleary line. And I think Chief Clark mentioned that he's going to be looking at that and considering extending that Cleary line potentially. Obviously, you know, the next block or the next block that you talk about, or even the law. But do you have any comment regarding that, the Cleary line? The second action item I heard, which may or may not be appropriate, was cutting off Dinkytown to vehicle traffic. Must be drive-by shootings or something of that nature then to address that safety. And the third action item I heard, and I tried to listen closely to all 3, or to all of them, these are the 3 came up, was in the notifications. Parents were very upset in the notifications that the color of skin or the race is not mentioned in the notification. I think a university policy, I don't know if it's our policy or something else, but those were the 3 action items which I heard come up. You want to respond to any of the 3?
Mr. Chair, Regent Sviggum, Vice Chair Sviggum. Well, thank you. You know, the Cleary line it's one of those that can clearly be changed. And if we listen to people and the chief can study and find out where is that line of where there's more incidents than not. The problem with expanding that obviously is making sure we have the resources to deal with and report on the expanded area. Because remember, these are in Minneapolis, and so sometimes mostly it's the MPD responding first. Sometimes it's UMPD, but sometimes we don't even know about the incidents. Doesn't even get reported to maybe 4, 5, 6 hours, maybe the next day. So there's a delay that occurs just from the nature of the incidents that we have no control over. And yet to the person who doesn't know that, they just assume, well, we were really late in getting out that notice. Well, we put the notice out almost immediately upon receiving it, but it wasn't until 4 or 5 hours, maybe the next morning after the incident. So the whole idea, and I think Chief Clark and I agree that this is worthy of a discussion. A, the discussion will help folks realize the difficulty of what we're working within, and then B, what are the practical ways that we can extend that? So I think we're open to that discussion. On the vehicle traffic.
And the chief, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the chief kind of made commitment to get back on that discussion to a safety group or to the parents that were there.
He did. In fact, that's going to be one of the first meetings we're having under the president's new initiative with this new committee. That's one of the very first items we want that committee to take up as early as next week or soon thereafter. So that will be like agenda item number 1, is dealing with what can we realistically do with the Cleary parameter or perimeter. On the vehicle traffic, there has been some concern. I mean, part of, in terms of some of the drag racing things we've heard about in some different parts of the city that's happened in Dinkytown before, but there are, we've talked about it. I know that, I want Chief Clark to come up here and help me on the third question. But we've talked about this with the city of Minneapolis. I mean, there are ways to control the flow of traffic in and around through Dinkytown, because it can be kind of a racetrack effect if you don't kind of block off some of those streets at times. And there are ways to do that to really make the area more pleasant. I mean, more of a pedestrian area in certain times. So, but that is clearly a city and or county in some cases. I think one university, I believe, is a county road. So we need to coordinate on doing that. And I think we are committed to seeing if there are ways that we can do that in a way that doesn't make the Dinkytown look like it's an occupied territory, right? You don't want to just put up a bunch of concrete blocks. You want to do it in a way that's visually attractive. So we are committed to working on this with the city and the county. But Chief, if you come up and talk a little bit about the notification issue that some of the parents raised about the nature of the identification and the lack of race being part of that notice, if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chief Clark, good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Swigum, what I talked to the parents about was the issue of description of suspects. And there is a thought amongst some parents and I think some students as well that we're somehow limiting those descriptions. Truth be told, that those descriptions are given to us by a victim, and we try to put every single item in the Safe U alert. A lot of times our victims are traumatized from being robbed or assaulted or whatever that might be, and they have a very limited amount of information. At times we'll add more information because there might be a surveillance camera or something else that we can get a better description on the suspect on later. But we put everything in there except for race. That policy about race was established before I came here in 2015. My only request with that is that we be consistent. If we're going to add race to our Safe U alerts, that we always do that. And that if we're not going to do that, we consistently not do that. I think the public and I think our students, faculty, and staff deserve to get as much information as possible. But let's set a policy and let's be consistent with it so they know what to expect.
Mr. Chairman, again.
Yeah, follow up.
I don't know right or wrong what the consequences are. I'd like to be aware of those, but I think we heard it from 3 or 4, maybe parents in between that 6:30 and 7:30 hour there. We heard it a few times. So, okay, thank you. At least you're on the 3 action items that I heard potential.
Other Senior Vice President Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do. And thank you for reminding me, Vice Chair Swigum. First of all, thank you to Chief Clark and Interim Chief Huffman and some of her team members and your team members who stayed till an hour and a half or over that time to talk to parents and continue the dialogue. I thought that, from what I gather, was a good discussion and it was very helpful.
Great. I just want to interject a question while both of you are up there. And thank you for, I mean, I think the meeting was a very good idea. I think having the mayor of Minneapolis was an extremely good step, and his chief, really a good idea. My question is, boy, 300 more police officers in the city of Minneapolis, or whatever it is, 350. would certainly make a, a big difference as well. Obviously, we're doing everything we can, and I think we have a very comprehensive plan and program, a lot of initiatives and creativity, which you've just described. But did we get a sense, or do we have a sense for where we are on the City of Minneapolis Police Department's journey from, 400, which is where they are now, I think, to 750, which is where they need, and, filling that gap would certainly be helpful, to say the least. And I don't know if either one of you heard anything or have some perspective that you could give us on that.
Mr. Chair, let me just start. I think Chief might have more precise information. Yeah, there's 500, they're down to 500 and some, I think, at this point, from over 800. So it's a serious problem. And I know that they're doing what they can to get new classes going. I think they had like 3 or 4 a year they're trying to do, but maybe you have more detailed information about their plans.
Mr. Chair, I speak frequently with the precinct inspectors, so they're the ones running the first and second precinct. They're at about half staff in terms of the personnel they should have there, limiting the amount of time they can spend on a call and the ability to get to a call quickly. So their average time to a priority 1 call is about 6 minutes. Ours is about 4.5 minutes. That's the primary concern. Then there's obviously secondary with visible patrols, with focusing on areas where we have hotspots or crime issues, things like that. So my understanding is they have approved, just like us, additional officers. Hiring is very difficult and their classes are not full. I think they'd like to get there, but it goes to a lot of what I've talked about with the board when I spoke with you last, and that is it's a difficult environment in the neighborhoods. I got into details with it on Monday with parents. It's pretty hard to be in some of those neighborhoods and deal with some of the issues. And right now, when there's a lot of other open police officer jobs across the metro, some people are selecting to go to those locations. There's really nothing the president or the SVP or the board can do about that. That's the environment we're working in. Again, my goal is campus. It's the primary goal, to make sure that crime's down. And frankly, I do want to say, we ran the numbers today. We've had 8 violent crimes since the beginning of the year, which is, 8 too many. But that's less than we've had in the last 2 years on campus. We're usually about the low to mid 20s. I want to keep it that way. We've doubled the number of officers every night off campus. So we have 4 instead of 2 in Dinkytown, and we're continuing to try to support MPD. The numbers just don't come out, and I think the board can easily see that. We can't support police operations in the neighborhoods. We'll do the best we can, but our primary goal is to make our numbers go down in terms of violent crime and other crimes on campus.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chief. There are a number of people. I'm gonna go to some who haven't had a chance yet. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a few things. First, I wanted to say thanks to Senior Vice President Franz, President Gable, Chief Clark, for your presentation and your work. I had an opportunity to go on a ride along with UMPD recently and increased a tremendous amount of respect for the work that UMPD is doing. And I think that was a super eye-opening experience for me, and would recommend anyone do that who may be interested as part of our campus community. I also want to thank you, Senior Vice President, and the team, everyone who's been named. I won't repeat again, for the meeting on Monday night. I think it was Regent Sviggum, myself, Regent Kenyanya, Regent Mayron, and then Regent Rocha, who was on Zoom, who attended. And I apologize if I missed anybody. And I also stayed for the kind of after parts, whatever we're calling it, and learned a lot from parents and the students that spoke. And really, I think this is no secret by now. I think those opportunities are tremendously valuable. And I'm excited to hear that we're having more of those in-person meeting opportunities, because I think particularly with the parent community, but others, it's really important for people just to be heard and to have those venues. And so I appreciate that. One other thing before I get to 2 questions is I'm glad, Senior Vice President, you mentioned the I think it was you that mentioned the universal transit pass that we passed today. I know that kind of got lost in the shuffle with other things, but that's a really significant thing for students. And I know I can think of many alum from student government right now that I look forward to informing about that, because particularly students have been working on that for a long time. And I felt it was worth just mentioning again and thanking the administration for the Universal Transit Pass, which many people are going to be excited about. And of course, that involves other conversations than just safety, but it's very significant to the safety conversation. A couple of questions, and I'll just say them and then we can kind of decide where to route them. One, wanted to get a little bit more information on the making investments in Dinkytown. I know we discussed this at length actually about a year ago in our board retreat, our July board retreat. And I noticed I have the handout from the meeting the other night that's titled The Comprehensive and Layered Approach to Safety. And the third bullet point about revitalization of Dinkytown. And would just love to hear a little bit more about what we discussed a year ago at our board retreat about that. The plans now, and I say that because I'm really excited about it, and that's very much related to the work that I do and with the Small Business Association and neighborhood revitalization. And I was excited about it then. I continue to be excited about it now. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and who we're working with as partners. The second question is more just a kind of trying to understand more about the interplay of this new strategic safety committee that I think is a great idea. And I was glad to see the announcement yesterday. The interplay with that and the Senate Safety Committee, and just kind of trying to understand as school comes back, how those two bodies are gonna work together, understanding that the MSAFE Implementation Committee is now completed with their work. And then my third and final question would be, I know the number, I think it's and please correct me if I'm wrong, $60 million over the last 2 years in investments in safety. I think I know the answer to that and have seen that play out and know where a lot of those investments went. But I think after that number was stated on Monday, it seems that the public, maybe we could use a little bit more clarity just to make sure we're underscoring what we did with the $60 million in investments over the last couple of years. So those would be my questions, and with appreciation for, and I know this phrase is used a lot, comprehensive approach, but I really do think this is well, as the handout says, a comprehensive and layered approach to safety. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Regent Farnsworth, Senior Vice President France.
Mr. Chair and Regent Farnsworth, on the Dinkytown investment, it's really, as we all have watched, times have changed over the last 20 years, and we've seen Dinkytown change pretty dramatically. And we've seen some high rises go in there, and changes have occurred in the business mix that's there. But we need to remember that there's a business community there. There's a neighborhood that's there, and those folks are engaged and have their own ideas and plans about what Dinkytown should or shouldn't be. But yeah, obviously the last two, COVID, was not a friend to Dinkytown and to a lot of business community or areas like Dinkytown. So we've seen some changes and turnover in the storefronts there and the businesses there. But what we want to do is to partner with the folks who are there and engage with them about ways that the university can invest in that community to support the unique attributes of Dinkytown. I'm sure everyone would describe their vision of Dinkytown a little bit different than somebody else or differently. But part of it is having that low-rise retail area where shops and people are out and around, and you see people on the streets engaged. Obviously, a lot of students live near there. But our goal would be, and we'll talk about this some more tomorrow at the retreat, is how can we, as a university, select strategically those opportunities that might arise in the Dinkytown to invest in or support different businesses. And so what we've been doing is carefully analyzing and watching the properties that are there, the businesses that are not being very effective or not, that are failing, and the storefronts that are closed, and deciding where are those opportunities that we can be engaged and potentially fill in where there might be a too long of a gap where nothing's there, or someone might buy a particular property and then put up a high rise there, and in a couple of years we'd lose all that single double story kind of area to high rises. Because when you see the cranes over there. Cranes are a visible sign of investment, right? And so there are folks who are investing in that area because of the high rises can make money, and that there's an opportunity for them to make money. Well, that's fine, but we don't want to detract from that. But what we do want to do is think about ways that we could strategically get engaged in the Dinkytown, Dinkytown proper, or the old historic Dinkytown, in ways that can support that community. So we'll give you some more ideas about that tomorrow. But I think I just wanted you to know that is, you need to be careful, because it's not. University needs to go in there as a potential partner to the community and engage with those folks in a really meaningful way. On the Strategic Safety Advisory Committee, we're in the process of setting up that committee in terms of who's going to be there, how we're going to organize that. And as we do that, we'll also figure out how and when it would interrelate with the Campus Safety Committee or other committees. But right now, our vision of that is really as a standalone community strategic council or advisory committee. So we'll be working on the details. That's still in the planning stages, and we'll figure that out as we go along. On the $60 million, I can tell you that represents the entire safety infrastructure. We wanted people, because remember, we've had this discussion, I think, several months ago about safety, and safety isn't just public safety. It is clearly public safety is a part of it, but safety throughout the community, whether it's mental health, prevention of sexual attacks, or whether it's safety in the labs, safety in the different facilities that we have. So that safety commitment really is a look at the entire safety and security infrastructure, and also all the new initiatives that we've added over the last several years. That's what adds up to the $60 million for the last couple of years, is that total university investment in community safety infrastructure, security infrastructure around the campus. But I can give you more detail about that if you'd like.
All right, thank you, Senior Vice President. Thanks, Regent Farnsworth. I want to we have two more speakers, and or questioners. I want to give them both a chance. So I'm going to move on. But if you could be concise, because we've run over quite a bit. We have other things to do. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to correct Regent Svigum. Harvard is the Minnesota of the Northeast.
Oh, okay, touche.
Ongoing battle. And I also want to thank Regent Farnsworth. The listening session I had an opportunity to attend last week provided a lot. I don't know if our colleagues have had a chance to watch the video of that, but there were a lot of good feedback as well, and that I thought dovetailed nicely into the meeting on Monday. And I did have a chance to observe that online. And thought that was very helpful. Would very much like to have been able to stay a little bit longer, because I understand there was some interesting dialogue after that, but I was appreciative that that worked out. And I also have a ride-along lined up, looking forward to that. And by all accounts, it's a very meaningful opportunity for any member of the board that would want to have a sense of what our folks are doing out there in public safety. Just want to add my support to the expanding of the Cleary. Cleary is it's a floor, it's not a ceiling. Understanding that there are some resource issues that apply to making it longer. It's a big debate, right? I mean, I think Cleary itself was debated about, by putting these warnings out there, are you really meaningfully putting people in a safer place, or are you just kind of freaking everybody out by the high volume of crime that's in the neighborhood? And so that's an ongoing battle. Based on the feedback from families, students, staff, people seem to be more comfortable getting more, as opposed to finding things out through other means and feel like things are being hidden from them. I think that's where there's a bit of a suspicion right now. People are concerned that there may be things that they don't know about. So from what I've observed, I would support expanding our Cleary boundaries as much as our staff will support that. And then, I brought this up last time, the issue of jurisdiction. I live out in a part of Hennepin County where all the little towns have deals with each other. We're West Hennepin Public Safety in the City of Independence. We also have Maple Plain, and so they make these agreements because it works for them. And considering the challenges that Minneapolis is facing right now, and in the position, I think the university's in a stronger position for a number of reasons than the city. I would very much support an opportunity to, personnel driven, of course, but taking on a wider range. We're in such a unique place here in Minneapolis in particular, because we have all these university properties interspersed among the city. It's not like one contiguous campus as you would often find in other places. And, and another part of that is because we're small on dorms. If we had more dorms, our campus would be broader and that police force would be more overlaid of students between where they live and when they go to the library at night and so on and so forth. So I think that we just simply have to accept the fact that we're in a unique circumstance and we make the investment. This is everybody knows I'm always concerned about expenditures as the cost of attendance is so high, but this is so fundamental to make sure people have safety and security. I would like to I really think that we ought to strongly have that conversation if we can expand what we cover, because this is our community. And then on the suspect description, I'll just, by way of a bit of history, shortly after election in 15, President Kaler just issued an administrative policy that said we were no longer going to give racial descriptions in the reports. So that's where that came from. And that's been a dialogue that's been going on for 30 years as to whether it's the bias that gets created by providing descriptions against the actual safety advance on the other side. But I fully agree with the chief. Sometimes you see it thrown in there if it's, sort of a certain character, and then that sort of makes a presumption if it's not, that it's the alternative. And I think you've got to be consistent across the board. I'll just have one question, or one question for President Gable. So we have, in this environment, it is such a matter of relationships and being able to sort of nest our security and particularly in policing. I thought you gave a nice explanation on Monday about the May 2020 determination with respect to the contracting with Minneapolis Police. What is the status of that? The issue there, of course, is I think that there has been a sense of concern, or that MPD feels that there may be some dynamic still there. Is that still in place? Has that been vacated? Where are we at with respect to that determination?
President Gable.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Regent Roshan, thank you for that question, because I'm glad to have the opportunity to clear this up. So 2 years ago, a really terrible thing happened in our community, and it was a horror. And I felt very strongly that it was very contrary to our values, to say the least. And so I instructed then Senior Vice President Burnett and Chief Clark not to work with MPD for special services, which is things like football games or when we have a speaker, and that unless alternatives were unavailable, to use other resources for bomb sniffing. In the very same communication, I said to the community very clearly that we would never stop working with MPD or anyone else in any way we needed to in order to ensure emergency response, investigations, or patrols. We never defunded, well, we don't have the ability to defund MPD, and we certainly never defunded UMPD or in any way expressed a lack of support for and let me say again, excellent work that UMPD does in very difficult circumstances, as you've heard described. Chief Clark and Interim Chief Huffman spent a lot of time on Monday talking about how they talk multiple times per day, maybe not the two of them, but members of MPD and UMPD, how we work together all the time, how we've never stopped supporting them and they've never abandoned us. The challenges that we're having are national problems. We are seeing it in our city as well, and our campus sits adjacent to city neighborhoods. It is an enormous challenge. That doesn't mean that we don't need to lean into it, but to suggest that the response to what happened a couple of years ago is the reason why crime is up is simply not true. I think both chiefs made that very clear on Monday night, and I was very grateful for the opportunity to clarify it. So it's important to our university community that our university police be able to act like university police, which reflects the nature of a community. We are students, faculty, and staff. We have different needs than a regular metropolitan police department has. Chief is describing that, why that creates challenges when they go off campus and have to backfill in neighborhoods that are outside of our jurisdiction, but we're doing it, and we're doing it in partnership, and we always have.
Great. Okay. Thank you, President Gable. Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Senior Vice President and Chief. Thank you for being here. First, want to again, just as others have done, offer thanks for the session that we had earlier this week. I mean, I think everyone unanimously, agrees that that was really important. I appreciated it, and I think the parents in the community certainly did as well. We've gotten a lot of correspondence from parents and students, but anyone who was there or watched online will agree that it's different. It's different, right? To listen to firsthand accounts and to listen to parents and students. There were students there as well, and I was able to hang out past the official time and listen as long as I could. And I think we committed to having at least one more before the start of school. I think that's what I heard. So looking forward to that one as well. And as Regent Rocha mentioned, also thankful to Regent Farnsworth, who led a similar individual effort. And he sent me the video earlier this week that I got to look at as well. I have a couple questions and comments that may go to different people. I guess I'll just start with the two quick clarifying ones. First one's for the chief. In regards to the descriptions, am I correct in understanding that the limitation applies to the notification given out to the broader community, but there's no limitation within UMPD and your officers' communications with each other?
Chief Clark. Mr. Chair and Regent Kenyanya, that's correct. We list a public report, the full description of the suspect. That also includes any information that goes out to local law enforcement and our officers out in the field. That's a full description they get. So it is just limited, we don't add race, to the Safe U alert per policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the clarification, Chief. In terms of clarity, I'm also, that's one of the things we talked a lot about the other day, and I think we absolutely should revisit that. One clarification I'd make, I believe I'm correct in this, is I think, at least what I heard from some of the parents, there may have been a misunderstanding in the Clery jurisdiction guides which areas and what crimes we report, not your ability, if able, to respond to things in that jurisdiction. Right, okay. But I think that's a conversation we should be having for sure. In terms of safety and all the different things we've discussed and the things we heard at the parent meeting, I think there's two different kinds of actions. There's the immediate ones, and those are ones where I think we take directions from the chief and senior vice president on, and I think we've talked a lot about those. But then there's some more long-term strategic ones that, again, in consultation might, is the board's responsibility to really think about. And thinking about that, I think investment and envisioning for Dinkytown and other areas may be appropriate. As I was thinking about this, I thought about East Gateway, a situation in which the university said, we want to define with our partners at the foundation, we want to define and guide the future and the vision for this part of campus. A lot of that property, which was not campus property, and we're engaged in doing that, and we put, I think, significant investments, towards that, whether financial or not. And so I think we have that ability to say, hey, we have a very vested interest in Dinkytown. That's not our land. There's private businesses there, but we have the expertise, the know-how, the apparatus, and most importantly, the vested interest with our students, either living or recreating there, to kind of long-term revision that area. And I think that's something we can do, obviously, in conjunction with the city, the county, and other partners. And that leads into what Regent Sviggum was talking about with transportation and revisioning that area as a more pedestrian friendly area. That's something I heard from the parents. And I think it's really worth exploring, right? In the long term, obviously, you want to master plan that properly, talk with the businesses, the neighborhood associations, but even in the short terms, maybe on weekends, you might have to put those ugly barricades. Just a suggestion. I would obviously defer to the experts weighing in and discussing that, but that's an idea that I liked. And then the other one, and this, again, I'd ask the chief to weigh in the future with respect to the areas near campus that we have a vested interest in. and this assumes that UMPD is fully staffed. I know that's a big assumption, but in that future, is there a scenario where the city could defer and fund full enforcement or primary jurisdiction of those areas and say, okay, monitoring this area is the equivalent of X amount of positions, and we're gonna fund those at the university, and the university will be primarily responsible for these areas. Is such an arrangement, has that been done? Is that feasible?
Chief Clark or Senior Vice President, you guys.
Mr. Chair and Regent Kenyani, I'll answer the last question. Maybe the Senior Vice President can take the second one. I just want to be very clear when I appreciate the support from the President, Senior Vice President of Regents, when we talk about getting to 71 officers. I think we need 5 officers working all 3 shifts, 24 hours a day on this campus. When I was talking to you last, I had a now captain at UMPD doing CPR on a university employee in the basement and revived her. She went into cardiac arrest. I've been at the student summit that we had where a 72-year-old grandfather was visiting for graduation and keeled over, and we did CPR on that person for a number of minutes before paramedics got there and continued to do so while they were there. There's a lot of emergencies on this campus. We get 20,000 calls a year. We have 280 buildings and there's 80,000 people here when we're full in the fall, all the way through the school year. There's a lot going on. I want to make sure that we keep crime down, and I want to make sure we get to those calls in time. And so 71 officers does do it for us to have those 5 officers working. And we know about the explosion we just had. We cleared the entire station. All the investigators, day shift, night shift, everybody was working that for a number of hours. It's a small crew. They do a great job. We don't get very many complaints, but I'm telling you, when we do more work off campus, the liability is much higher. We just had an officer trying to help out at 6th and Main where we have a power plant, and she took a large commercial firework in the side of her car, and we sent her home after the explosion because it rocked her pretty good. When we go off campus, the liability is much higher. And you think about incidents and police incidents we're having in the city and the metro, we are stretching the liability of that even more by working off campus. The officers do it because they don't want calls to go unanswered. They truly believe, whether it's neighborhoods, citizens of Minneapolis, our students or faculty, we need to be there and we need to answer those calls. But I just caution you on the idea that we're going to take over any part outside of this campus. We have enough work here and the liability is high. I'm not saying we won't. We can have discussions on that, but we know the negative results if there's a negative interaction. And I think we should be very cautious looking forward and be very deliberate if we're going to do something more than what we're doing about covering campus and doing overtime shifts in the neighborhoods.
Right. On that note, on that important note, thanks again to both of you for your service, everything you're doing in this area, all the progress that's being made, much more to be done. We all understand that, but we really appreciate, everything you're doing and the commitment. Very, very, very grateful. Thanks all. We're going to move on now to the next item, which is University of Minnesota Alumni Association Annual Report. And I want to welcome UMAA President and CEO Lisa Lewis and Ann Sheldon, Chair of the UMAA Board of Directors. It is great to see you both. And I think we're going to begin this presentation with some comments from President Gable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hi, Ann. I haven't seen you in forever. I want to express my appreciation on behalf of the entire university and our gratitude for UMAA and for the countless ways that it contributes to our vibrant university community, including through our hundreds of thousands of alumni whose impact is changing the world every day. I also want to thank Lisa Lewis for 10 years of service to the University of Minnesota. A milestone.
Probably feels only like 15.
That's right. All in the last month.
Just the last 2.
Yes. very grateful to you, Lisa, for your leadership and for your whole team that you've put together and what it does for our entire university community. Your collective efforts have made the University of Minnesota one of the most innovative and creative alumni organizations in the country. And so I congratulate you, and it's part of why we're able to attract people like Ann Sheldon to chair our boards. And so I'm delighted to hear from both of you. And with that, I will turn it back.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
ladies, over to you.
Chair Powell, members of the board, and President Gable, good afternoon. We're delighted to be here. We know it's been a long meeting today, and so hopefully we bring positive news about one of the largest stakeholders of the university, the alumni. Today, we're going to update you on the relationship between the alumni and the institution. We'll give you some highlights of how alumni are engaging, and then we'll focus on 3 areas of our work that directly impact 2025 plan. You'll find the details about all of our Alumni Association programs in the highlights document that is provided in today's docket. And Sheldon is going to start us off this afternoon and give us a quick overview of the numbers of alumni and the engagement numbers. She is the Vice President of Product Security at Medtronic and assumed the role of UMAA Board Chair on July 1st. She received her bachelor's in mechanical engineering in 1988 and completed the Minnesota Executive Program in 2004. She is a highly engaged alumna and the proud mother of a graduate as well.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Powell, members of the board, and President Gable, it's an honor to serve as the 86th chair of the UMAA Board of Directors. As you know, the Alumni Association was founded in 1904 by alumni and for alumni. 118 years later, it is still a mission-driven, self-governed association, and on behalf of the UMAA, I am thankful for the work that this Board of Regents does to ensure the university, the place our alumni call home, benefits the people of Minnesota, the nation, and the world. It's an honor to be here today to discuss the association's work fostering alumni relationships with the university, students, and alumni to alumni. It's a great privilege to be the alumni to announce the size of our alumni community after the 2022 commencement season, an announcement the UMAA makes here first every year. So today, the University of Minnesota system has a staggering 614,000 living alumni. So just sit with that number for a minute. That's as many people who live in the city of Milwaukee, the 35th largest city in the United States. The UMAA is proud to serve the 511,000 alumni from the Twin Cities and Rochester campuses, with 60% of them living in our great state of Minnesota. Looking at alumni involvement at a high level, as of fiscal year 2022, 84% of contactable Twin Cities and Rochester alumni have engaged with the university in their lifetime. This is a 4% increase from 2021 fiscal year and continues an upward trend we've seen for the past 6 years. This trend is impressive when compared across the country, and especially impressive when you factor in the uncertain times caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. What is not uncertain is the alumni community's continued support financially to the University of Minnesota. More than $202 million have been gifted to the university from more than 37,000 highly engaged alumni. According to the last published data from the University of Minnesota Foundation, these alumni represent 45% of university donors and 55% of the total private giving dollars received. These are breathtaking numbers. And we know that having more alumni, even just 100 more alumni supporting the university financially could make a big impact on the day-to-day lives of our students, our faculty, and our staff. That's why the UMA collaborates with the foundation, and we applaud their work. On behalf of the UMAA, I would like to congratulate the foundation on their success of the Driven campaign, especially the co-chairs of the campaign, John and Nancy Lindahl, and the UMF's President and CEO, Kathy Schmindelkoffer, who is a member of our UMAA Board of Directors. I'll now hand it over to Lisa as we dive deeper into the Alumni Association's successful and record-setting fiscal year 2022.
Chair Powell, members of the board, as Ann mentioned, COVID-19 sent alumni relations, like all things, into a tailspin of uncertainty. The record-setting year and successful year that we've had was not guaranteed. But we charged ahead with virtual engagement with alumni and thought about how to recharge in person with alumni when it was safe to do so. We saw pent-up excitement to be in person and back on campus with events like the 118th annual celebration, which sold out in record time and brought alumni back here right into this building once again together. We saw the same energy among the students during our in-person send-off event this year, which celebrates graduating students from the Twin Cities campus. The Alumni Association saw nearly 1,000 students participate, which was a new record. At the event, students bid farewell to some of their favorite things like Boynton Health's PAUSE program, but they also learned about how they can stay permanently connected to the university throughout their lives. Also setting a record this year was the U of M's Day of Service. This program provides alumni and students 30 days of opportunities to serve their communities around the world. More than 1,200 alumni and students participated and donated over 1,900 hours to make an economic impact of $46,000 in their local communities. And we thank every volunteer, all the alumni, students, friends, family who participated to make that impact. Throughout the year, the UMAA found moments to build up and maximize new engagement programs as well. The first was Skyumania, which used to be exclusively at homecoming, and this past year was at every single home football game. This free, family-friendly event maximized both the inside of this building and for the first time, the outside as well. And we did see some of you stop by to say hello to us. Skyumania will return again this year for every home football game, and we're working with the McNamara Alumni Center team to build an exceptional game day experience for the University of Minnesota. Second, our Minnesota Alumni Travel Program has returned from the pandemic freeze and is buzzing with excitement. We've successfully maximized that pent-up demand to travel by hosting our first in-person informational session about 2023 travel opportunities, and that almost immediately sold out. Alumni are once again booking travel for destinations around the world, and we're excited to have this program back in place. And then, of course, there was U of M Day at the Twins. This year, the Alumni Association expanded this event to include all 5 campuses. With over 2,000 alumni and fans, we had a successful first pitch by President Gable. It was very catchable ball. And,
It went over the plate. Sorry to interrupt.
I heard it was high and tight.
It was strike, not embarrassing.
It was good. It was catchable for sure. And the U of M Morris alumni led the 7th inning stretch songs. So we hope to make this a system-wide University of Minnesota tradition. In addition, our board of directors approved 2 new alumni networks, a new university-wide corporate network with Cargill, and a new affinity network with alumni who used to work at the Minnesota Daily. Additionally, this year, we have focused on providing new opportunities for alumni to share their perspectives and the U of M story with us. Through a new Alumni Reflections Oral History Project, we captured a record-setting 37,000 alumni stories this year and received over 4,000 new members of the Alumni Association. This is the biggest spike in Alumni Association membership in modern history. When it comes to alumni feedback, we partnered with the University of Minnesota Foundation and the Office of University Relations to launch a new stakeholder survey. We did that in July, and over 9,600 alumni participated, and the data and insights are forthcoming. So you'll be hearing about that soon. However, at the Alumni Association, we not only survey periodically, but we listen to alumni every single day through phone calls, emails, letters, and in-person events. And we respond to every single one. When we hear about specific concerns, we proactively engage with the university, the correct department, and make sure that those voices are heard. And we also ensure that the alumni have accurate information about what's happening at the university to the greatest extent possible. This year, we worked to formalize it with the university alumni input on matters of importance. For example, in 2022, the UMAA Board of Directors Inclusion and Belonging Committee was created, and we provided feedback to the President's Office on the naming and renamings policy. Working with the Office of Equity and Diversity, the UMAA Inclusion and Belonging Committee also provided an alumni perspective to the Cambridge Hill consultants related to the Community and Belongings Commitment and Impact 2025 plan. At the Alumni Association, we strongly believe that this is a place where everyone belongs, and we want to continue to help the university be a place that is inclusive. When it comes to student success commitments in the Impact 2025 plan, the UMAA has multiple initiatives to bring alumni and students together. For us, strengthening career readiness and outcomes starts with mentorships and personal connections. Helping first generation and frankly all students build their social capital and their networks and their field of study is priority number one for the Maroon and Gold Network. It's an online service that gives students warm leads rather than cold calls to alumni. Basically, we've given every student the key to an online Rolodex of alumni who want to help them succeed. Through the Maroon and Gold Network, alumni have conducted informational interviews, provided career mentorship, offered internships, and even hired our graduating students. This year, we took a new step in our support for students. The UMAA launched a program called Projects. It's a hub of micro internships, short-term internships within the Maroon and Gold Network. It's an innovative way to help prepare students for the workforce with alumni support and was created after requests from campus partners, students, and alumni. And to combat the economic inequity and unpaid opportunities that sometimes exist, the UMAA received a $20,000 gift from a graduate for scholarships for those students. Many alumni tell us they wish this tool was around when they were in school. And you can see from the two graphs on this slide that the students love it too. On the left graph, you can see that the alumni have steadily become users of the Maroon and Gold Network since it was launched in 2019. And on the right graph, you'll see that the students increased their rate of adoption as the pandemic entered all of our lives. As part of our current 5-year strategic plan, the UMAA Board of Directors made this serious investment in online virtual networking before the pandemic. And we're really glad we did. It's paid off for the students and the alumni, and we look forward to its continued growth. The UMAA is also committed to advocating for the university's legislative agenda through quality, relation-focused advocacy. The Minnesota 201 group is committed to helping the university increase state partnership funding as outlined in the Impact 2025 plan. While the recent state legislative session did not deliver on what we hoped, and yes, we really hope to get that $100 million in safety funding, alumni were on the ground raising their voices for the university. During the session, Minnesota 201 members wrote 3 unique letters to the editor, posted in Grand Marais, Mankato, and Austin. Alumni also met with their legislators and sent personalized postcards and emails with more than 120 individualized contacts with legislators. And finally, when it comes to enhancing opportunities for new businesses and startups and corporate sponsorships as part of Impact 2025, the UMAA is uniquely positioned to support alumni entrepreneurs from across all disciplines. The Alumni Association's Minnesota Alumni Market has continued to grow and drive real impact toward the bottom lines of our alumni businesses. Since launching in 2017 with a handful of entrepreneurs, the market has hit many milestones, but our favorite is the $650,000 sent directly into the pockets of U of M alumni entrepreneurs. As the first university that offers an online store for alumni businesses to sell their products, and as of this year, now lists their business services in an online directory, many other universities have sought our advice on how to launch similar services on their own. To date, the UMAA remains the only alumni association in the country with an alumni-only marketplace. Let's listen firsthand to some of the alumni entrepreneurs who attended a recent UMAA event.
It's fun to be a part of the initial alumni store that they put together and to be able to be part of that and then help and then see what it's done. 500,000+ alumni, what an opportunity for all of us to build our businesses, and we're all loyal to one another. So, and that's the beautiful part. We can help one another.
I feel honored and small in the best of ways. It's wonderful to be a part of a place where you see people that are doing amazing things, and to be a part of that feels like, I feel like a mini golfer celebrity.
Didn't you go to the U? And I said I did, and she said, I would love for you to come and join us at the Alumni Association. So Lisa set up a partnership with the distillery and the University of Minnesota, where we went to the football games, and we had our products there, and we told everyone about the distillery, and it's a very close walk as well. And now she wants us to be in the alumni market, so we're setting up some things to be in that as well. It's a great place for us all to be able to come together and network with each other.
I really forget how big the network of the University of Minnesota is. When I was here, I used a lot of the resources that were on campus, and then when you leave, you kind of forget that resource and network is still there. So coming back is such a great way to connect with other people, both in your class and from beyond.
I'm really excited about the future, not just for our company, but for the Alumni Association. I mean, if you look around, see how much, how great the attendance has been here tonight. I think that everyone's really looking forward to getting back to how things were and have it be even better than it was in the past.
Like the U of M alumni business owners, the UMAA continues to be entrepreneurial in its approach. To help us achieve all of these ambitious goals, we're grateful to have hundreds of committed volunteers like Ann, our 25 staff members, the alumni relations officers in the schools and colleges, and the many student workers we employ to help make all of these alumni services a reality. And while our financial resources may not be quite as large as other alumni associations, we believe our impact on students and alumni are substantial. This year, the monetary value of the alumni relations services provided by the UMAA to the University of Minnesota increased by 8% to $3.64 million. This is possible thanks to our members, donors, and company sponsors who believe in our vision of a vibrant, active U of M alumni community that advances the university's excellence. Looking ahead to next year, the Alumni Association has 5 areas of focus. The first is creating a new UMAA strategic plan, as the current 5-year plan ends in June 2023, and we've noticed that there's been quite a few changes in the world since then. Using the results of the stakeholder survey, the Alumni Association will reach out to university partners and leaders like you in the coming months for input. Our second goal is finding the balance between in-person and virtual alumni events as we hopefully come out of the pandemic. There will be a place for both in the UMAA. Virtual events with interesting speakers can reach a global audience in a really cost-effective manner, while in-person events bring an energy and a sense of connection that you simply can't get online. You'll find us hosting both and delivering quality experiences that are relevant to the alumni. The third is unlocking the alumni engagement data to make smarter decisions on how to drive impact. We have 6 years of engagement information now to analyze so we can better understand how to engage, which segments are missing, and how to reach them. And our final 2 areas of focus are closely related: elevating our support for alumni businesses and expanding resources to grow the UMAA. The pandemic has changed everything, and with more knowledge now on how to support alumni and students, we'll continue to adopt, add, adapt, and change resources to fit the needs of the University of Minnesota alumni community. So we thank you for this opportunity to be here with you today, and Ann and I are happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback that you have for us.
All right, Ann and Lisa, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation, but thank you for the work that you do, and to see the engagement scores and the metrics so strong in the middle of a pandemic and everything, all the headwinds. I mean, it really is fantastic. It looks like the experiment that started 3 or 4 years ago or focused on alumni businesses, that's a real win. And it looks like you're going to be building on that. So congratulations and thank you. I have a quick question. Put you on the spot a little bit, Lisa. You're going to be redoing the strategic plan. I know that's in front of you and you're working on it, but to put you on the spot, if you had to guess, what are 1 or 2 components that you are pretty sure will be part of the strategic plan that you were, the next 5-year strategic plan? What do you think a few of the priorities might be?
One that's kind of always ongoing is helping students. It just makes a ton of sense. It's aligned with Impact 2025, but it makes a ton of sense to help students tap the networks and the resources and the experience of the alumni who sat in those seats and who walked on those sidewalks and really know what that's like. And so making that strong connection and growing the Maroon and Gold Network and looking for other ways to help students fulfill their career aspirations. They come here to get a great education, which they do, and then they want to do something with that. So when alumni can be role models and reach back and help them fulfill their career aspirations, it delivers on the promise of what it means to have a University of Minnesota degree. So it's not a 4-year relationship, it's a lifetime relationship. And so we want every student and every prospective student to know, when you come here, you get a great education, but you are also backed by over 500,000 alumni who are going to be with you for the rest of your life. And so positioning the Alumni Association in that way as a partner with the university, I think is going to be a growth area for us. And I think the other one is exactly what you said, and it goes back to, again, another promise that the university makes about fulfilling, and that's around the careers and helping the alumni, whether it's through growing their small business. We just visited the Minneapolis Cider Company, owned by 3 alumni. And they got their start out of Carlson School here in a class they took together. And so continuing to work with the alumni who are growing their businesses, that impacts the economy of the state and it helps deliver on the goals of the university, but then also helping other alumni with their careers. So there is a university-facing component to supporting the institution, and there is an alumni-facing component to making sure that what happens after they graduate, they continue to live a life that they wanted and hoped, and that lifelong learning we walk with them kind of in every life stage. And so I think you'll see that in this next plan, we hope. And then we're going to do a lot of listening as well.
All right. Can't wait to see it. Look forward to it. I know everybody around the table, to the degree that we can help. I mean, I know you'll be engaging with a lot of people on that plan. Obviously, it's very important. So we look forward to that. Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Powell, and thank you for your presentation, President Lewis and Chair Sheldon. I always get those mixed up, but anyways, I just, on the last slide, expanding the UMA, I think it's really important with our 612,000 alumni. The UMA is in a really precarious situation because you don't really raise money because that's the foundation. And all the work that you do helps the university meet their mission. But we know that, I think this was something back when I was involved with it, it was like, for every dollar we invest in alumni relations, we get $40 back to the university through the foundation or into the university in some way, shape, or form. So my question is, why aren't we as a board investing more in the UMAA? Because it's got a great return, and we're really at the bottom of the Big Ten, and we have less employees than just about any peer our size by half. And it's a little bit more engagement could bring a lot more money into the university. A little bit more engagement. I'm not talking about going off the deep end and spending tons and tons of money, but we need more employees to engage more with people to make these alumni successful. And rising tide lifts all ships. And I love your guys' mission. I love what you're doing. And Lisa, you've been fantastic for the last 10 years. So thanks for all you've done. So if you want to just comment on that or whatever.
Chair Powell and Regent Hipsch, it's great to see you again.
Yeah.
when I looked at the numbers and the donations, that $20 million donated by 37,000 people, and I said 100 more people would bring $500,000 more into the foundation.
Yeah.
200 more people would be another million.
Yeah.
And so it's really easy math when you think about it. And you're right, as we lift everyone up, they will give back. And I think that's the bridge that the Alumni Association does bring to the University of Minnesota. So Lisa does amazing things with a very small staff, and they're very engaged, and she keeps them engaged. I worry about turnover and whether or not, we'll be able to keep people in those seats, knowing that our competitors, our other Big Ten schools, definitely have a bigger budget than we do. But, that's something for all of us to work together on, and recognizing that together, we're going to make the university better.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Others? Regent Farnsworth.
Very quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo the chair's comments and thanks and appreciation for what you do. I try to make it a point to attend a lot of UMAA events, as many as I can, and also, as you know, I've been involved in some of the Affinity Network work as well. And also wanted to say that coincidentally, earlier today, I got a text from a high school teacher of mine wondering if the Alumni Reflections survey email she got was real. And I said, well, I might be able to clarify that for you today. That certainly was handled in the presentation, and I'm going to get back to her on that. But just that anecdote aside, wanted to say thanks for your work and appreciate that presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to our final discussion item today, which is an overview of the 2026 Special Olympics USA Games, which is a tremendously exciting opportunity for the university to host. With us is David Dorn, the president and CEO of Special Olympics Minnesota. And as I understand it, also with Mr. Dorn is Wendy Blackshaw, who's president and chief executive officer, Minnesota Sports and Events, Christine Sovereign, the CEO of the 2026 Special Olympics, and Danny Strigo, honorary United Chair and member of the Gopher football team. So, President Gable, I'll turn it over to you and Mr. Dorn for some comments, and off we go.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Also in the audience are some of our United athletes, James Thompson, Marianna Hughes, and John Conway. So they just competed. So congratulations to them on So when I began as president 3 years ago, engagement, of course, was a very big part of our work, and the chance to work with national, state, and community leaders who embody a servant leader mindset and who seek day in and day out engagement in the way that we describe is so captured in what we have going on with Special Olympics. So we have a wonderful group with us today who will tell us about what's going on. In the fall of 2019, just to give a little context and history, the university joined Dave and other community partners, including with the support of Regent Kenyanya, in an effort to secure the 2026 Special Olympics USA Games here in Minnesota through a national competitive bid process. And this past May, at a really fun press conference in Huntington Bank Stadium, along with Dave, Governor Walz, Christine, and others, including my honorary co-chair for the Games, United Health Group CEO, Brian Thompson, and lots of our athletes and other honored guests, we announced that the 2026 Special Olympics USA Games were coming to Minnesota, and most specifically would be hosted here at the U. So today, you're going to hear a brief overview of what we can expect in 4 years. Things like 4,000 athletes, 10,000 volunteers, 1,500 coaches, 75,000 fans from all 50 states, parts of Canada and the Caribbean. And I can say affirmatively, after having the incredible honor of leading our Minnesota delegation during the opening ceremonies for the 2022 Games in Orlando last month, that our university, our state, and beyond are in for such a North Star treat. So members of the board, I'm happy to turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, to turn it over to Dave.
Mr. Dorn, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And as President Gable described, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the partnership that we have with the University of Minnesota. When we were doing the bid process, the team that the university had as we walked through the different venues and talked through the different options for our athletes to be hosted here and coaches was second to none. And that's a big reason, along with the facilities, obviously, but the people that are here at the U. And that's why one of the big reasons why we won the bid. Another big reason why we won the bid is, just for a little bit of background, if you don't know, we've had a long-standing partnership with the University of Minnesota. For years, our summer games were hosted here at the U of M, back when the old track was here and we had the band practice area and all the different activities over there. And it was our largest event. And along with that, we've done many things with, I saw Chief Clark here earlier, that we've done stuff with them as far as the torch run, running the Flame of Hope into the games for opening ceremonies, polar plunges with students, alumni. We even hosted a homecoming plunge where we brought a mobile plunge unit out in front of the stadium and did some jumping there. One of the more recent things that is really pretty cool is the University of Minnesota several years ago started a Unified Champion Club. The Unified Champion School movement is a youth movement in Special Olympics that has really taken over the last 10 years and is really the future of Special Olympics, because it's a union of, it's a movement of inclusion, right? So it's people with and without disabilities playing unified sports together. It is people with and without disabilities doing social activities, starting clubs and creating community awareness in their school, but then out in their communities. And so what we are now in hundreds of schools throughout the state of Minnesota promoting inclusion, acceptance, and unification. And those schools are playing unified sports. They have unified clubs. And if they do all of these different components, then they become bannered as a unified champion school. And so we have over 200 unified champion schools. And one of those champion schools is the University of Minnesota. And so what is really neat about that is what we've seen with that growth. And just, it was in 2020, ESPN named the University of Minnesota one of its top 5 banner unified champion schools. And that was announced on ESPN. And so it's a great partnership. And that's part of the reason why we were selected as this bid, because there is already involvement and belief in inclusion and moving that out. So with that, I thought it'd be great just to introduce one of University of Minnesota student athletes who was very much on the forefront of the unified movement in his high school, and that's Danny Strigow. So I'll turn it over to Danny.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you all for having me too. I'm Danny Strigow. I'm a junior here on the football team, and I had the opportunity to work with Special Olympics Minnesota and the Unified Club in high school. Orono High School was one of the forefront unified champion schools that kind of got the ball rolling. And now I'm super fortunate to be able to work with the University of Minnesota Unified Club. And I think I not only speak for myself, and the Minnesota Unified Club, but the whole student population when I say I'm super excited to be able to have a part in this 2026 USA Games bid.
So, thanks, Danny.
Yeah, terrific.
So, as you can see, between those things, those were big factors, as well as obviously the facilities, and we'll talk about some of the other reasons. But with that, it was, and President Gable alluded to the event we had, it was 2 months ago. And so I just wanted to quickly show you all, share this with you, because we could finally talk about this. be able to share that on May 6th or 5th, whatever that date was, I mean, it was bubbling over because we were so excited about this and so excited to share that it was going to be hosted here primarily at the University of Minnesota. And as you heard, we just, right after we made that announcement, we went down to the 2022 USA Games, which were in Orlando, Florida, Wide World of Sports venue and at Disney properties. And Team Minnesota, we brought the largest delegation we've ever brought to a Games, 150 athletes and coaches. And one of our unified teams, as you heard, was our unified Minnesota collegiate basketball team. So right there in the slide, as you're looking, that you can see the guy in the background standing facing to this side of the screen. That's Will Larson. He's a University of Minnesota student and one of the members, along with the people that you met here, JR and John and Mariana, part of their team. And they were in the medal round. So they made it all the way, playing for the bronze medal. Didn't quite end up the way we wanted, but we were there. And the really cool part is that unified movement that is spreading. And that's, as Special Olympics Minnesota CEO, that is my primary goal, to spread that mission across every school in the state of Minnesota, and then into every community. But to see our team playing at for the bronze medal, and you got Will there, who's an Orono student, with Danny, along with these guys playing from Minnesota. They were playing against TCU, the unified team from TCU, Texas Christian University, and they were coached by 2 Orono alumni as well. So it is Minnesota spreading its, I mean, you can't make that up, right? And so, so that was fantastic. And so we are super excited. You may think that following Disney is a big leap and, you know, how are we going to beat that? But if you look at the facilities here, which you guys, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but the facilities here are going to outshine anything that they experience there. And especially when we look at the experience, we want the experience for the athletes and coaches, their families, the fans, and then the corporate partners and volunteers coming in to be something like they've never experienced before. So the layout that we have, the people, when we were down at the games, we had, I think we had 6 of the University of Minnesota facilities people, transportation people, housing, food and beverage, athletics were down there so that they could get behind the scenes and see all of these things. So we're off to a really, and we had a meeting Monday with all of them to recap. And so, but the people that are here helping us, assisted us with the bid and then helping us move forward, is a big reason why we won. So as you heard, we expect 4,000 athletes, 1,500 coaches, 10,000 volunteers, 75,000 plus fans that'll all be coming in for a week here with the center of most of the activities taking place here right on the University of Minnesota campus. These are the sports that we have on board for right now. Some of those sports will be at a different site. Equestrian will be over at the state fairgrounds is what we're using, so we can use the dedicated trailway. Transportation is the biggest downfall for any big event like this. And so the better and tighter we can keep things, and where people don't have to get out in traffic, they don't have to you know, navigate anything like that, it's going to be that much of a better experience. And that's why I think we're really set up well here with all those different things. Some of the other stand-up paddle will be over at Lake Bedeh-Makaska, and there's maybe bowling will be up at Bolero, but unless you all could fuel funding for an expansion of the bowling underneath Kaufman, then we could have it right there. So if that's not on the agenda, it should be. But so we're really excited about the things that we have here, and you know, with all the new facilities, it's going to be fantastic. Two of the things that we focus on in Special Olympics, most people think of Special Olympics as a track and field event for people with intellectual disabilities. Typically, they think it's for kids with Down syndrome. And really, that's where the whole unified champion school and movement of inclusion is changing that dynamic. And that's really why Special Olympics has brought on, that's why ESPN is the national broadcast sponsor for these games. And they are signed up through 2026. So it is the largest sporting event in North America for that given year. It's covered by the largest broadcast partner, and it just brings in companies and that have never been involved before because they want to be a part of something that is this big. So The thing that we have is not only this whole push for inclusion, but also health and wellness. And so Special Olympic athletes are more susceptible to preventative health conditions, and therefore at all of our competitions, we have free health screenings. Many of the University of Minnesota medical students, whether they're in the dental school or audiology or wherever they are, have come out to volunteer and be a part of that. And that's another longstanding, tie between the two organizations. But what we have an opportunity to do, since we have announced this now 4 years out, is we can use that promotion of health and wellness so that when our athletes come, we have the best trained athletes that have ever been coming to a USA Games. And that's from every state, not just from Minnesota, using technology, using our healthcare partners. So we plan to use those 4 years to really promote and to really engage athletes in better health, wellness, but also engage the medical community because they need to know how to interact with this population as well. The second thing is we plan on, while we have over 200 champion schools right now, and we're working with hundreds of others that have various components of the Unified Champion School activities. Our goal is to have every school in the state of Minnesota have an opportunity to be engaged in these games in some way, shape, or form, as fans or as volunteers, or with events that will start happening next year and build up towards that. So we will be really pushing statewide. This is a statewide hosted games. This is the epicenter where it will be hosted, but really promoting health, wellness, inclusion, and the abilities that people have versus the disabilities that people have. So we're super excited. I think we've got a great opportunity to do a lot of different things. And I want to close with one last little snapshot of it, since you weren't able to be down there. This is Austin Ewing. Austin Ewing is a power lifter. If you are not a powerlifting fan, when the games are held here, I guarantee you, if you go to powerlifting, you will walk away a huge powerlifting fan. So Austin was the gold medal winner in the top division of the whole games. And this is a quick of his winning deadlift here. Let me tell you, it's 640 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
So, I mean, it's a little risky showing that video because I always get a little choked up because it is, if you know the kid, it's so impressive. And so, anyways, that's just a sample of some of the things that you'll see, some of the things that everybody here in the state of Minnesota will come to the university and be able to see. And what's really exciting is the 4 years that we have to build up and start talking about this, telling stories, getting companies, getting schools from every corner of the state involved. And so we thank you very much for the support. We thank you for the partnership. And we're very fortunate with Christy Sovereign here has been named the CEO for the 2026 games. And I'll let her kind of speak to kind of the direction that we're going here.
Well, let me start by saying Dave isn't lying. If you've never been to powerlifting, and I've been to Special Olympics events for decades, I had never seen powerlifting. I was captivated. I got sucked in, and I think I spent the next 2 days there. It's incredible. Anyways, it really is a privilege for me to have the opportunity to serve as the CEO for the 2026 games, and I'll fill that role as a loaned executive for my company, Accenture. As Dave said, what I wanted to do is spend just a couple of minutes talking about some of the near-term things that we're focused on from a next steps perspective. The first is we're in the process of working with a team from the university on a memorandum of understanding. That MOU will serve to capture or detail all of the the needs or the wants that we have from the university. And it'll include things like how much housing we need, how much food service is required, transportation, security. It'll outline the venues where we'd like to have all the sporting competitions take place. It'll outline other locations on campus where we'd like to host some of the non-athletic things. Those would include healthy athletes like Dave talked to. It would include the fan zone. It would include athlete village, et cetera. So again, that MOU will be a comprehensive capture of desires from the university to support the games. In support of it, like Dave said, we had a fantastic opportunity last month to travel with a team from the university to the 2022 games in Orlando. And in addition to be able to experience the games, we got that behind the scenes tour that enabled us to see the details of all the venues. It enabled us to get a detailed tour of the operations center. It enabled us to interact with their leaders and ask a number of questions that'll be important that we get right in execution of the games. And informed by it, what we've decided to do is have another site visit that will be hosted by the university next month. In the details of our bid, we kind of outlined where we expected things to be held, and all the wiser having just come back from Orlando, we're going to take another walk and make sure that we've got it exactly right. So we expect that we'll be in the position in the next 2, maybe 3 months at the outset to be in command of all those details and be in a position to come back to this group to share that comprehensive need. The second thing that we're focused on and really excited about is we will be holding a CEO breakfast, an executive breakfast on Thursday, September 29th. That breakfast will bring together C-suite leaders from all of the big companies in town. And it will enable us to introduce them to the movement, introduce them to the games, and it'll serve for us to formally kick off all of our fundraising activity. So I want to thank you, President Gable, for co-hosting that event for us on the 29th of September. It'll be co-hosted with Brian Thompson, as Dave said, is the CEO for United Healthcare. They will be one of our presenting sponsors for the game. And again, just really excited about that event. And thank you as well for the use of the wonderful facilities here at the McNamara Center for that breakfast. So those are the two things, the focus on the MOU, the executive breakfast to kick off events. And with that, we'll open up the floor to questions.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation and for giving us all this information. This is such a tremendous opportunity for the state and for the University of Minnesota. It's really exciting, and you guys have brought it to life really well. I have a quick question, and a couple of other questioners. And Christine, it goes to how you finished. But how much do you need to raise over the next 4 years, or what's it going to take? And you're kicking it off with the CEO breakfast, and so there'll be corporate support and all that. But what is the sort of
what I can share is the budget from the 2022 games that were shared with us, and obviously want to outkick that. Like, thank Danny, your football analogy, because the more money they raise, the more that we can do, right, to put on an event. And frankly, one of the things we're really focused on is the legacy. How do we use the platform that we have in front of us for the next 4 years to really think about how we advance the inclusion movement, how we think about, health outcomes and minimizing the disparity that exists with our athletes, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question, $30 million is what was raised to execute the games in Orlando.
Okay, so I mean, more would be better, but kind of let's think about that round number.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I have a task, and then I have a comment. My first task is I'm a member of the Orono Youth Football Association, and I've got to get a picture of Mr. Strickland for our website. I'd be in trouble if I came back without that. So he's very well known in the neighborhood. Nice to see you here. And as a kid, when I was in elementary school, my dad was the scout leader for a special scout troop.
Oh, cool.
So every year we would make our trip up to Camp Confidence, and amazing kids, and they all, many of them went on to be Special Olympians. And just watching over these decades, this is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
And it's so incredibly professional. I mean, you line it up against the Olympics, you know,
Yeah.
and it's pretty hard to really find a distinction. In fact, I would suggest that there's some elements that are more inspirational and more driven. And to hear you talk about using the Transitway, which many years ago we worked so hard to put in place, and all these different resources here at the university, just warms my heart. And thank you very much for what
It's
you've
a
done.
gift for us. It is.
And thank you to President Gable for her extensive efforts already. And Regent Kenyani, I know, has played a role in helping kind of make some of those connections. And so thank you very much for being here. Congratulations on behalf of all the folks in the 3rd district, as well as others. We're very excited about this and look forward to your work over the next 4 years. And Danny, nice to see you. Good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when I decided to skip work this morning, I didn't think my boss would show up here. So
Just lucky.
yeah, right. You know, so there's no hiding from
You're
it.
very proud, boss.
No, I mean, I really want to echo what everyone has said and what everyone else is thinking, and that this is amazing. And thank you for all the work you have all done. But it really starts now. It was like awesome, and then, you know, oh my goodness, now we have so much work to do. And I think this intersects with mission. I mean, our outreach mission as the university, and I'm interested in seeing what ways the university finds to interact with this, maybe from the academic side, and you know what our faculty and whatnot. And Christy, you know, you pointed out it's 4 years of talking about it, right? I mean, we're focused on the event, but now we have this platform to capture the Twin Cities and talk about, I think, a form of inclusion that probably hasn't been highlighted as others have, and then hopefully have the event and continue that legacy going forward. So I want to offer my thanks to you all, to the athletes that competed, and to the president. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank
Appreciate
you.
you having us this afternoon.
All right. That brings us to old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? Okay, hearing none. Any new business to come before the board?
Mr. Chair, thank you. In recognition of the time and the circumstances, I'm going to pass this out. It's a resolution. The title is, it's about establishing a policy regarding regents moving into employment at the university and creating an expectation of a time period between service on the board and doing so. I'm not going to move it today. Would again put it in front of the board members for review at this point, and at some point in the, you know, perhaps in the coming meetings, I can see with board leadership if it's something that we can put into the process. Not something that I ever anticipated we would have a conversation about, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to move it for approval, but just simply pass it out for future consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other new business? All right, that concludes our business today. The meeting is adjourned.